Chapter 790. Welcome to the Central Galaxy, Your Excellency Black Star. I'm here. This is the center of the universe. Han Zhao's eyes flickered. As the regional broadcast sounded, this strange-looking fleet slowly moved forward. The main ship of the fleet received a communication request from the other party, and an officer wearing the dynasty's high-level military uniform appeared on the screen. He had two small tufts of mustache and looked very shrewd. I'm the commander of the 17th Guard of the dynasty's mother planet. I'm here to welcome our allies who have come from afar. Han Zhao sized him up and raised his brows. This commander was not a big shot, but he was familiar with him. In his previous life, when the players went to the dynasty's mother planet, they had to go through a lot of checks. In the end, it was the mother planet guards who led them through the restrictions. These mother planet guards were like a group of old men guarding the door, and they were all familiar faces to the players. "Thank you for your hard work," Han Zhao said politely. "Please follow me." Then this mother planet guard turned around and left. The fleet followed the route and flew slowly behind. "This is your first time in the Central Galaxy, right?" Im suddenly said and looked at Han Zhao. Han Zhao did not comment. He knew the environment of the Central Galaxy like the back of his hand, but according to his resume, this was his first time here. "Let me introduce you." Im shook her head. She would occasionally come to the Central Galaxy to look for Aesop while traveling, so she was quite familiar with this place. Since Black Star had never been here before, she felt that she had to help Han Zhao understand the situation here. Hearing Ames's introduction, Han Xiaoxin felt a little strange. Why did he feel like he was a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time? After listening for a while, Aesop chimed in. "The Central Star Field is different from the other star fields. All the star system and star cluster civilizations here are vassals controlled by the three empires. The civilizations in the other star fields have different standpoints, but here they are one entity. The security here is the best among all the star fields. Other than some thugs like ES God, other small groups like galactic pirates and rogues can't be seen here. The moment they appear, they will be discovered and eliminated by the three universal civilizations." Han Zhao nodded. The three universal civilizations dominated the Central Galaxy, and this was their base. It was basically under their complete control. Maintaining order was maintaining their own rule. Naturally, they would not allow this to happen. The two fleets left the Stargate station and stopped in space. The guard commander spoke. "Please wait a moment. I will now open the spiritual flight channel for everyone and bring you into the homeworld." With that said, the Mother Planet Guard's battleship shot out beams of blue and green, gathering into a light spot in the distance. A circle of blue and green halo gradually enlarged, as though it had turned into a portal. Inside the portal was a sea of green. The psionic flight passage is a passage that allows you to jump safely within the psionic seal band. Once you enter the passage, your spaceship will receive a psionic coding formed by a special code and energy circuit, allowing you to avoid the annihilation of the psionic seal band, the Mother Planet Guard commander explained. The psionic seal ring was like layers of shields, covering the homeworld and blocking all kinds of planetary annihilation cannons. This shield was not a shield in the ordinary sense. It covered half of the Crimson Ring star system, and the buffer zone was extremely vast. Only a universal civilization could afford such a thing. The spiritual coding was one of the advanced energy applications. Different codes and energy circuits were like different passwords. The wrong code structure would not be able to enter the respective psionic seal ring. It was like a combination of a security pass and a key. The fleet entered the dark green light gate, and as though they were passing through a bubble, the spaceships were wrapped in a layer of colorful film. Then the guards also drove in, and the gates slowly closed. The guards led the way at the front, and Han Zhao and the others followed closely behind. It would be bad if they went to the wrong place inside the psionic seal ring. The two troops turned into streams of light, constantly changing their route like marbles, advancing along the safe route. On the ship, Tenny also casually chatted with Han Zhao, mentioning the situation of the homeworld. The psionic seal ring was built during the exploration era. At that time, It was to prevent the planetary annihilation cannons of the advanced civilizations. The space within the ring can be considered a sealed new world. During the war, the scientists adjusted the physical constants inside for safety. During peacetime, these changed physical constants were equivalent to pollution. We spent a lot of effort to control it, and only then did the sealed world, where the home world was returned to normal. The technology of the three universal civilizations is much more powerful than before. Aesop stroked his beard and sighed. Resources, talents, and technology are highly concentrated. Their development speed is far beyond the second-tier supercluster civilizations. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. I really don't know what else can shake your rule. Han Shao scratched his eyebrows and did not say anything. At this time, the two fleets passed by an area. Through the porthole, they could see a ball of blue light shining in the distance. Seeing Han Shao look over, Tenny took the initiative to explain. That's a ball of primordial psionic energy. Don't get close, or we'll be assimilated and devoured. This is one of the defense mechanisms of the Seal Ring. After flying in hyperdrive for 2 days, the ship suddenly shook and finally left the psionic Seal Ring. A dark red planet the size of sesame seed appeared in their vision. That's the dynasty's capital, planet Crimson Ring. With planet Crimson Ring as the main planet, there are 16 satellites around it, 60 large official orbital living stations, and many space bases. The population is 470 billion. Corbouz, who was beside Tenny, said proudly. Han Shao clicked his tongue and said, "The housing prices must be very high, right?" "That's right, but your focus seems a little strange." Corbouz's mouth twitched. "I said that the mother planet is majestic, and you asked me if the housing prices are high. Are we talking about the housing prices?" As the fleet got closer, they could see the details of Planet Crimson Ring. Planet Crimson Ring was extremely large. The Red Empire had artificially modified the size of the mother planet. 16 relatively small satellites orbited it. These celestial satellites were brought over by the dynasty using technology to offset most of the gravity and expand the habitable area of the mother planet. The surface of the planet was filled with buildings. There were also many large orbital living stations and many space fortresses around the planet. The capital of a universal civilization. It's indeed spectacular to see it with my own eyes. Ames praised softly. This was also her first time coming to the capital of the Red Empire, and it was all thanks to Han Shao. "I came here once when I was still an ancient one, but the grandeur was not as grand as yours." Aesop sighed. "I wonder if the national pillars of the Crimson Dynasty still remember me. I've only met them once." Following the instructions, the fleet stopped at a spaceport. The Black Star Corps members stayed on the ship while Han Shao and the others boarded the spaceship prepared by the Red Empire and headed toward Planet Crimson Ring. He purposely did not bring the army players on this trip. The players were too unpredictable, and it would not be good if they caused trouble there. Furthermore, if he brought the players of the Shattered Star Ring over, he might not be able to bring them back. He was there to poach them, not to give them away. As they got closer to Planet Crimson Ring, the buildings on the surface became clearer. The Red Empire was known for being ruthless, hard-working, and pragmatic. Compared to the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church, the culture of the Empire was not as developed. The architectural style was square, angular, thick, and symmetrical. They liked red, black, and metallic gray. The spaceship slowly landed outside a huge city. The sunlight of the artificial star covered the square buildings with a golden veil. This was the main city of the dynasty's mother planet, Turunamir Palace. It was the center of power of the entire dynasty. It was huge and had its own city. A group of receptionists had been waiting at the dock for a long time. They walked up and said, "Your Excellency Blackstar, we are the team in charge of receiving guests. Please follow me to the dynasty's reception center in Turunamir Palace to rest for the night. Tomorrow, the dynasty's leader will personally meet Your Excellency Blackstar." Okay, Han Shao had no objections. He then looked at Tenny and the other dynasty elites. "What about you guys?" Tenny shook his head. "We're going to the military to report. We're not going the same way." Hearing this, Han Shao nodded. He casually summoned an orange hovering guard array made by a beyond grade, and gave it to Tenny. This is for you to protect yourself. I don't know when we'll see each other again. Let's contact each other more often. Tenny was stunned. He took the set of machinery, looked at Han Xiao deeply, and said, "Okay." Han Xiao did not neglect the other elite officers. He casually gave them some machinery as a sign of goodwill. He had plenty of machinery in his inventory. Mechanical weapons made by a beyond grade A super were still quite valuable to a calamity grade mechanic. Watching Tenny and the others leave, Han Xiao secretly raised his brows. If not for the opportunity to accept the modification, he would not have had the chance to come into contact with these future dynasty big shots. He had made some connections along the way, built a foundation, and gained quite a lot. He did not know if there would be another chance like this in the future. After the dynasty elites left, only Han Xiao, Ames, Aesop, Hela, and the rest of the Black Star Guards were left. They followed the receptionist through the military alert zone and entered Turunamir Palace. However, the moment they stepped into the city, 7 energy waves suddenly burst out from the city. Boom! Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and stopped. These 7 auras were all beyond grade A supers. This lasted for only an instant before the 7 auras were retracted. They did not have any intention of provoking him, but just wanted to show him their existence. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. 7 beyond grade, as they should be the dynasty's experts and allies. He thought about it. This was not a show of strength, but more like a beyond grade A greeting to him. Your Excellency Black Star, in order to welcome you, the dynasty has specially gathered the national pillars under us. Other than the beyond grade, as who have matters to attend to or are far away, the rest who are free have all come, the receptionist said. After the meeting with the Empire's leader tomorrow, we will arrange for the national pillars to meet with you. National pillars, these guys have quite a nice name. Han Xiao smiled casually. What are you talking about? The receptionists laughed. You're now also a national pillar of our Red Empire. That newcomer is here. In a certain room in Turunamir Palace, a few figures of different appearances sat on the sofa and looked in Han Xiao's direction with interest. Their gazes seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of buildings. He didn't respond to us. Seems like it's his first time seeing so many beyond grade as together. He doesn't know the rules. It's normal for someone from the Shattered Star Ring not to know. The woman beside him is also a beyond grade A. Dragon Emperor Ames, I know her. That old man beside her looks familiar. Hey, that guy seems to be one of you ancient ones. The one who knows how to make prophecies. It's him. I remember. This new ally seems quite interesting. The evolution cube is in his hands. Don't go overboard tomorrow. I still want to borrow it. Chapter 791. The guest houses in Turunamir Palace were all single-family villas. Han Xiao and the others followed the receptionist into one of the villas, which was their temporary residence. After settling down, Han Xiao locked himself in his room and thought about what to do the next day. Tomorrow, I'll be meeting with the dynasty's leader and those beyond grade as. What will the dynasty's leader talk to me about? Other than welcoming me as a formality, he might also ask me to use the evolution cube here on a large scale, invite me to participate in some activities, and announce that the dynasty has a new bargaining chip before pushing me onto the stage. As for those beyond grade, as they'll accept me into their circle. We're all allies and stand on the same side, helping each other. He knew the list of the dynasty's beyond grade A members, and he also knew the personalities and preferences of some of them. However, he did not know who these 7 people were. Many of the beyond grade, as of universal civilizations, are veterans who have lived for many years. They have a lot of talents, skills, and energy. Han Xiao pondered. He felt that the meeting with the beyond grade as tomorrow would most likely not be so easy. It would not be a simple meeting. Beyond grade, as were all individuals who had great strength. Strength was the foundation of their footing. A newcomer who squeezed into their circle would most likely be tested. Even if the weak were accepted into the circle, they would still be marginalized. Only the strong would have more right to speak. The dynasty's beyond grade A allies were also led by the 3 strongest individuals. Han Xiao did not know how many of them came this time. Although my combat strength is not bad, it's only barely past the threshold of beyond grade A. Some of my attributes are still not high enough. I've already practiced half of the Heber Stellar Furnace training technique, which gave me nearly 10,000 energy points. My machinery aspect is much more complete, though. During this time, other than dealing with the affairs of the army, Han Xiao also spent a lot of his free time building machinery and stocking up. The cutting-edge knowledges had long been completed. Through these technologies, Han Xiao had integrated many new machinery blueprints. Other than increasing the size of his mechanical army, he had also built some high-level machinery with various functions, using the mechanic method to steadily increase his strength. Han Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed. Since I understand some of the information of these beyond grade, as maybe I can make the first move tomorrow. After sleeping for a night, an envoy from the Empire came to visit early the next morning. Hela opened the door and saw the emissary standing outside with a respectful expression. "Hello, the Empire ruler wishes to meet with His Excellency Black Star." "Let's go." Han Xiao walked out of the room and nodded. Hela and the others wanted to follow, but Han Xiao waved his hand, indicating for the Black Star guards to stay. Seeing this, the emissary who wanted to dissuade them swallowed his words back into his stomach. The airspace above Trunamir Palace was a no-fly zone. The two of them boarded the land-hovering vehicle that had been waiting for them at the entrance and headed straight to the city center. At the center of the city was the highest-level office area in the Empire. There was a huge and magnificent palace, which was also the main body of the Trunamir Palace. The closer they got to the center, the tighter the security became. There were sentries everywhere, and all kinds of mechanical detection equipment covered this area. Teams of elite supers patrol the area at all times. With just a glance, Han Xiao could sense the auras of no less than 10 calamity-grade supers, and this was only one of the directions. The security of the capital city was extremely strong. Not only did the universal civilizations control the central galaxy, but they also had a certain degree of control over the other star fields. They were rich in human resources, and there were all kinds of advanced super academies to nurture talents. The ratio of calamity-grade supers was the highest in the entire galaxy. With these two factors, the universal civilizations had countless experts under them. The vehicle stopped outside the palace, and Han Xiao followed the emissary in. After passing through many checkpoints, they took the internal hovering elevator all the way to the top floor. This floor was the office area of the dynasty's leaders. After passing through the sentry and secretary area, the emissary pushed open a door and gestured for Han Xiao to enter. Han Xiao nodded at him and walked in. The layout of the room entered his eyes. This was a spacious office with a rectangular structure. The walls were reddish-brown, and there were floor-to-ceiling windows on every side. The floor was covered with a red carpet, and there were green potted plants in the corner. They seemed to have been carefully taken care of, giving off a calming fragrance. 2 rows of bookshelves were pressed against the wall, and on the other side was a small round white stone table and a red sofa used for receiving guests. There was no furniture on the floor in the middle of the room, and there was a huge chandelier above. Further back, there was an office desk, and a figure was sitting behind the desk, and beside him stood a second person with his hands clasped behind his back. Han Xiao recognized the dynasty's leader at a glance. Her long white hair was tied up, and she had a pair of serious eyes. Her dignified aura made people forget whether she was beautiful or not. Unravel Sin Rebate, the ruler of the Red Empire. That's right, the current dynasty's leader was a woman. The Red Empire prided itself on iron and blood. It respected the strong, regardless of gender. The succession of the dynasty's leaders was based on a nurturing system, and it had nothing to do with blood relations. During the term of the previous leader, the next generation of candidates would be groomed. There was more than one quota for grooming candidates, and they were the absolute elites chosen by the higher-ups and various factions. Bang! The emissary closed the door from outside. "Black Star, I am the Red Empire's ruler, Unravel. Please sit." Unravel stood up and spoke calmly. She walked over and extended her hand. The man behind her followed closely, and his sharp eyes were fixed on Han Xiao. It seemed that no movement could escape his eyes. "Hello." Han Xiao shook hands with her, and they sat opposite each other on the sofa. The man behind Unravel was still standing behind her. "This is Claude, the leader of the Empire's personal guards." Unravel introduced the man behind her. Claude was expressionless as he nodded in greeting. Han Zhao's expression did not change, but his mind was very active. In his previous life, the leaders of the universal civilizations had changed many times during the versions. Unravel had been the Red Empire's ruler during one of the versions. During her term, the achievement that the players were most familiar with was the development of the flickering world, opening up a new star field for the dynasty. The players in his previous life knew very little about this ruler of the dynasty. In her version, the players were mainly active in the flickering world and their own star fields. They did not have much contact with the upper echelons of the universal civilizations. To them, the leader of a universal civilization was just a few lines in the background introduction. And now, Urnrel had appeared before him alive. This woman was one of the 3 people with the greatest authority in the universe. She could even be said to be the ruler of the universe. The meaning she represented had completely covered her beauty, ugliness, and gender. Claude behind her was her bodyguard, a veteran beyond grade and nurtured by the dynasty. He was an Esper, and his ability was to control dark energy and dark matter. His nicknames were Dark Emperor, Ruler of Dark Matter, Lightless Light, Celestial Distorter, and so on. This person was one of the 3 strongest beyond grade, as in the dynasty. "First of all, on behalf of the Red Empire, I welcome you to join us." Urinril went straight to the point, staring into Han Zhao's eyes. "It's my honor," Han Xiao said politely. Urinril slowly said, "Regarding the initial exploration of the flickering world, the dynasty needs the strength of you and Heber. According to our cooperation agreement, other than the support of the dynasty's resources, after the mission is completed, you will be given a territory in the flickering world and have the right to develop on your own." Han Xiao nodded. "I understand. You're an ally of the dynasty. As long as you contribute to the dynasty will not be stingy with resources. The more responsibilities you're willing to take on, the more resources the dynasty will give you. Sometimes, the dynasty may issue a call to dispatch beyond grade A combatants, including you, to carry out certain missions. Of course, if you encounter some problems, you can also apply for the support of the dynasty's beyond grade A combatants. Remember, you're the pillar of the dynasty, and the dynasty will also support you." Urinril's tone was serious. Hearing this, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and was quite satisfied. Duty and power came hand in hand. He had joined the Red Empire and become their super combatant. At the same time, he also had a strong backing. The many beyond grade A allies were not only the dynasty's resources, but he also had the right to borrow them. As the saying went, a cloud-piercing arrow could summon thousands of troops. As for the evolution cube in your hands, you can rest assured. We welcome you to hand it over, but even if you're unwilling, the dynasty will not snatch it from you. However, I have a request. The dynasty will not object to you using the evolution cube to contact other organizations, but the number of people the dynasty can modify is unlimited. We can send people to the Black Star Corps to be modified at any time. Of course, that's not a problem. Han Xiao nodded. He had limited the number of people the other civilizations could use, but naturally, he would not limit his biggest ally, the Red Empire. Furthermore, the Red Empire had too many people, so they would not make such an excessive request. Even if they had the evolution cube, they would not do so, since you've come to the dynasty's mother planet just as well. You can stay here for a few days and modify the troops on our mother planet, Urinril said. As expected, this is one of the important reasons you call me over. Han Xiaoxin was moved. Compared to sending elites to the Shattered Star Ring to be modified, it was obviously more convenient to call him over to the Red Empire. Chapter 792. The two of them talked for a while before Urinril changed the topic and said, "There's one more thing. The dynasty is willing to help the Black Star Corps establish a branch in the central galaxy to facilitate communication. You brought the mobile base here with the same intention, and the dynasty supports it. That's great. Han Xiao nodded. I'll get someone to talk to you about the details, Unravel said. If you have any other requests, you could tell me now. Han Xiao stroked his chin and said, I hope to obtain the ultimate knowledge of the mechanic class as soon as possible. I wonder if there's any chance. Unravel's expression did not change. The resources of the dynasty are rewarded to the allies who contribute. If you want to obtain them as soon as possible, I suggest you do some things for the dynasty. I'll get someone to sort out the matters that require manpower and inform you. Then, Unravel stood up, stretched out her hand, and gestured for him to leave. Han Xiao did not say anything else. He stood up, shook her hand, said goodbye, and left. The emissary had been waiting outside for a long time and led him out of the palace. After Han Xiao left, Unravel leaned against the chair and closed her eyes. Claudia, when you meet him later, remember to control the situation. Claudia nodded and left. After boarding the hover vehicle, the pilot turned around and headed in another direction instead of going back the same way they came. Your Excellency Black Star, the national pillars have been waiting for you for a long time. I'll bring you to meet them, the emissary explained. Han Xiao did not say anything. He was thinking about the negotiation with Unravel earlier. This meeting was very brief. Unravel was very busy and did not have time to chat. They talked about serious matters and mentioned the cooperation treaty of the flickering world. After the exploration of the entire star field was completed, he would be the vanguard of the exploration team and would be given an area to develop on his own. It was like a fief approved by the government. He was able to govern this area, and the mining rights and other miscellaneous rights belonged to him. He only needed to pay taxes to the Empire on time. This was an important clause in the cooperation agreement. It was enough to allow the Black Star Corps to reach greater heights, and it was also something that Han Xiao cared a lot about. As for the location and size of the fief, it would depend on the results of his development in the star field. The Dynasty Alliance, the Evolution Cube, and the Black Star Corps were his rights and obligations as an ally. If he wanted to obtain an ultimate knowledge, he would have to complete some of the Empire's missions. With Unravel's instructions, he did not need to trigger the missions himself. The Empire's people would sort out the missions and come to him. This was much more convenient. Unravel, the head of the Empire, she doesn't show her emotions. It's not easy to see through her, Han Xiao thought to himself. During the conversation earlier, the impression that Unravel had left on him was that she was full of dignity and the aura of a leader. Compared to an individual with flesh and blood, this dynasty head was more like a symbol, making people ignore her gender, beauty, and personality. Han Xiao had basically given up on the idea of gaining favorability with her. The head of the Empire represented the Empire. Unravel had most likely cut off her own desires, cutting off her own weaknesses and maintaining her cold rationality. She would never allow herself to lose her composure, making all her personal feelings unable to affect her decisions. For such a person, gaining favorability would cost a lot, and Han Xiao did not intend to waste his energy. In comparison, it would be easier to befriend a beyond grade A super. Very soon, the vehicle stopped in front of a villa. This was not a reception area, but a residential area for the internal personnel. Claudia stood in front of the door with an expressionless face. He nodded and said, Black Star, come in with me. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Han Xiao walked out of the vehicle and looked at Claudia with a strange expression. Not long ago, the two of them had met at Unravel's place. He had taken the vehicle, but in order to wait for him in advance, this guy had run over. Although a beyond grade A speed was faster than a land vehicle, Han Xiao could not help but find this scene funny. Bang! They pushed the door open and entered. The two of them walked into the house, and 6 beyond grade, as of different appearances, looked over and stared at Han Xiao with curiosity. Claudia also found a seat and sat down, leaving Han Xiao standing alone. Han Xiao glanced around. He was not unfamiliar with these 6 people. They were all famous beyond grade A allies of the Red Empire. There was even a member of the Ancient Ones among them. Han Xiao could not help but look at him again. However, among the three strongest people in the dynasty. Only Claudia was present. The other two were not. The 7 people present had different expressions. Some were eager, some were indifferent, and some were full of interest. These beyond grade as were from different dynasty factions, so their personal standpoints were actually different. Your black star of a shattered star ring? One of them sized him up. When his gaze swept past the evolution cube, there seemed to be a malicious glint in his eyes. Who else do you think I am? Han Xiao raised his brows. He did not hold back. Everyone was a beyond grade A, so he did not plan to keep a low profile here. Only by showing his edge would he be valued. 4. Oh, 5 beyond grade as in the Shattered Star Ring. Youth and Heber have both joined the Red Empire. Which one of you is stronger? Another person asked with interest. If you're so curious, why don't you try it out yourself? Han Xiao shrugged. He did not want to stand and be questioned, so he casually found a seat and sat down. These beyond grade as did not know that although this was the first time they had met, Han Xiao knew their backgrounds and understood the current situation at a glance. Among the 7 of them, Claudia's identity was extraordinary. He appeared cold and calm. He represented the ruler's faction and did not interfere. A beyond grade A who sided with the dynasty's military faction was very interested in him and seemed to have the intention of roping him in. The other 5 more or less had the intention of probing him. Seeing Han Xiao showing off his edge this time, the few of them looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. In the past, the newcomers came with the intention of befriending them and thought that everyone would speak politely, while the veterans would make the meeting look like a joint interrogation. They would constantly ask provocative questions to provoke the other party, admiring the attitude of a beyond grade A who would hold back his anger and answer all the questions. Most of the people present had gone through this step and left behind a dark history. Therefore, this method became a tradition for them to accept newcomers. If they could not hold it in, they would use their fists to do the talking and decide their future status and speaking rights. They would only give face to those beyond grade as who had been famous for a long time and did not want to provoke them. Black Star, who had just advanced to the beyond grade A realm, was naturally not in this category. However, just as they started, before they could really start the provocation, Black Star retorted. Clearly, this newcomer did not intend to answer according to their wishes. Heber had probably taught him his experience. In their opinion, Han Xiao seemed to have known about their tradition long ago. In the Shattered Star Ring, there was Heber, who had left behind a dark history. Black Star most likely learned about the situation from him and wanted to use this method to prevent them from succeeding. Dream on. Everyone quietly looked at each other and had a plan. The guy who spoke first said calmly, Black Star, you still don't know your position, right? Oh, Your Excellency Star Slasher, what do you mean? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Viru, beyond grade A pugilist, soldier branch, nicknamed Star Slasher, Star Splitter, and so on. He came from the primeval Star River and now had the dynasty behind him. He developed in the Central Galaxy and operated tens of thousands of galactic pugilist dojos. This is the Central Galaxy, the center of the universe. Do you think it's the Shattered Star Ring with only 5 beyond grade as? How dare you speak to us like this? Boom! Before he finished speaking, Viru suddenly released his aura. The sharp aura split the villa into 2, and the thick aura pressed down on Han Xiao with a cold gaze. As if he was angry, he spoke word by word. A newcomer who just advanced to the beyond grade A realm. What right does he have to be arrogant in front of us? TSK. Claudia was expressionless. He waved his hands and signaled for the patrols to stay away. Viru restrained his energy and did not spread it to other places. He did not stop Viru's actions either. Other than the beyond grade A who leaned toward the young faction, the others pretended to be unfriendly and stared at Han Xiao, pressuring him. Even if Heber had told him the rules in advance, they did not believe that Black Star was not afraid of offending all of them when a bunch of beyond grade A dynasty allies were targeting a newcomer. If Black Star was stubborn to the end, they would not mind teaching him a lesson. As for whether they would offend Black Star, who was not a beyond grade A organization, it did not matter who was fawning over whom. They would see if they would panic if they offended one or more beyond grade As. If they could find out that a beyond grade A was narrow-minded, they would consider their attitude toward each other in the future. The few of them secretly sized up Han Zhao's expression, trying to find a trace of panic or submission on his face. Han Zhao narrowed his eyes and suddenly chuckled. All right, let's make things simpler. We're all beyond grade as. If there's any conflict, let's settle it by fighting. Then, without waiting for the others to react, Han Zhao pointed at Viru and said, How about you have a match with me? Hearing this, the few of them were shocked and interested. This newcomer actually took the initiative to challenge them to establish his dominance? How confident! Did he not know that they were all veterans who had fought for the dynasty for a very long time? They originally wanted to initiate a spar to provoke Black Star, but they did not expect this guy to take the initiative to do so. Okay, Viru's eyes darkened. He had already displayed his strength, but Black Star still wanted to challenge him. Did this not mean that he thought he was a pushover and had a chance of winning? Not only did Black Star want to establish his dominance, but Viru would not allow his position to be challenged either. Han Zhao's face was calm. He had already guessed that only by using his fists would he be able to gain the right to speak in the circle of beyond grade A allies, so he had long been mentally prepared. If he wanted to befriend a beyond grade A, he would first have to display strength that made others take him seriously. Only then would he have the right to communicate with them. This time, Claudia slowly spoke. Fight outside the psionic seal ring. Don't fight near the mother planet. Your Excellency ruler, Black Star, did not have a good time meeting the national pillars. He challenged His Excellency Claudia and decided to spar. Claudia and the other national pillars followed him. Hearing the report from her subordinate through the internal communicator, Urinril's expression did not change. She slowly said, Claudia will be in charge of this. You don't have to worry about it. Yes. Go and inform Black Star's companions. Then, Urinril hung up the communicator and shook her head. She did not like the tradition of beyond grade A allies bullying newcomers, but if it was not necessary, she did not want to force the beyond grade as to do so. However, it was not necessarily a bad thing for the dynasty's allies to have a bad relationship in private. It would not affect their cooperation with the dynasty. What? He's fighting with those allies? After hearing the report from the emissary, the expressions of Hela and the other Black Star guards changed drastically. This time, Aesop could not help but speak up to calm him down. Don't worry. It's just a normal spar between beyond grade as. I've seen it with my own eyes before. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. Let's go take a look. Ems did not say anything and walked out of the door. Chapter 793. Outside the psionic seal ring, Han Zhao and Viru floated in space. A spaceship was watching them from not far away. The spaceship was carrying Claudia and a few other beyond grade as well as Ames, Aesop, and the others. Both sides were watching the battle from the same spaceship. Long time no see, Aesop. That member of the Ancient Ones greeted him with a fake smile. Raven Loudy, you're still alive, Aesop said with annoyance. Ever since you were kicked out of the Ancient Ones, I haven't heard any news about you. So, you went to the most remote shattered star ring. Why? Can't you make it in the other star fields? Raven Loudy said with a teasing tone. You've lived for too long, and you're starting to forget things. How come I remember that I was the one who voluntarily left the Ancient Ones? Aesop glanced at him coldly. Among the Ancient Ones, Aesop's relationship with this person was only SOSO. When Aesop left the Ancient Ones, other than not wanting to use this name to hinder his own death, it was also partly because he didn't have a good relationship with the Ancient Ones. As a powerful prophet, he didn't like to use his ability for irrelevant people, and after rejecting too many times, it became a source of conflict. Ames did not know anyone and stood by the side to watch the battle. She was clearly separated from Claudia and the others. This was a chance to observe Black Star's strength. Other than Claudia, who was not interested, everyone else focused and waited for the two of them to fight. Everyone knew Viru's strength. His combat strength had been tested countless times, and there was no doubt about it. Therefore, the only question was how passive Black Star would be. It was said that Black Star had the nickname of Indestructible Body, and the toughness of his body seemed to be on par with the tyrant. There was no telling if he would be able to block Veru's blade. Han Xiao activated his mechanical suit. The helmet covered his face, so no one could see his expression. He then opened his arms, and the secondary dimension gate opened. The Black Mech Legion swarmed out and filled the battlefield instantly. There are a lot of them, but they're all just small fries in front of me. Veru snorted coldly in his mind. His muscles suddenly expanded, and the indigo-blue flames burned on the surface of his body. He made a grasping gesture with his right hand, and the raging flames condensed in his palm. They continued to elongate and turned into a blue energy blade that was hundreds of meters long. It seemed to have condensed into a solid form. The pugilist class also had different branches according to the martial arts school they specialized in. The combat weapon branch, as the name suggested, specialized in using weapons in battle. This was different from the mechanical pugilist branch. Mechanical pugilists completely relied on weapons in battle, using mechanical force to increase the power of their mechanical weapons. On the other hand, pugilists only relied on weapons to better unleash their martial arts, and the lethality of their attacks still came from their own pugilist flames. Viru's chest puffed up, and flames poured into his blade. He slashed out multiple blue blades of light, which extended continuously and left a blank space in the Mech Legion's formation. The mechanical soldier that was struck first shattered, and the power of the light blade continued to weaken. Although the mechanical soldiers at the back were heavily injured, they were only sent flying. Han Xiao activated many of his buffs and controlled the Mech Legion to surround and attack. Viru was surrounded by the black mass of mechanical soldiers. His blade danced like a ball of blue light, and the light blades continuously broke through the formation of the mechanical soldiers, causing huge damage. It was as if an energy tornado had appeared in the universe. This guy's lethality is indeed high. Probably even Heber is not as good as him. The battle information kept appearing, and Han Xiao was shocked. Compared to Heber's fists that were as heavy as mountains, Viru's combat style focused on speed and sharpness. His AoE damage was not bad, and his single target damage was even more terrifying. Just now, a defensive giant soldier that was hundreds of meters tall had its shield fully activated, but it was still cut in half by Viru's casual attack, without any delay. However, Han Xiao did not choose this opponent casually. Viru's attack power was high, but there was one area where he could not compare to Heber, and that was his tankiness was far inferior to Heber's. Although this guy was a pugilist and had a bunch of damage reduction talents, he lacked a core tankiness ability. He did not have true damage immunity. Viru had a talent that reduced 50% of true damage, which was much weaker than true damage immunity. Even with only half of true damage remaining, it was still much higher than normal damage. The styles of these two were the tanker and the attacker respectively. The former was like a sticky candy that could only rub against each other with their bodies, while the latter happened to be an existence that Han Xiao countered indirectly. Light blades shot out everywhere, and the dense formation suffered quite a bit of damage. The Mech Legion responded by spreading out and attacking with long-range attacks. Psionic cannons were fired one after another, and Viru's blade danced into a ball of light. He used some kind of pugilist technique to turn the blade of light around him into a special shield, blocking most of the psionic cannons. Exploding balls of light appeared and disappeared as the blade of light danced. However, there were too many Mech Legion, and under such dense attacks, Viru's defense could not avoid some gaps. The psionic cannons that luckily passed through the shield of blade of light hit his body, and his protective aura fluctuated nonstop. Feeling the cells in his body being destroyed, Viru's expression changed. So powerful. A prolonged battle is not suitable for me. I need to attack his main body. With that thought, Viru's aura shook violently, and a shield of blade of light around him spread out, turning into a shockwave that blew away the mechanical soldiers around him. Then, he held his blade in a reverse grip and turned into a blue phantom charging toward Han Xiao, leaving behind countless afterimages. He charged to the front of the mechanical army and stabbed forward. All the afterimages seemed to have merged into this attack. Star/style pugilist technique, blade shadow, torrent. Thousands of glowing blades exploded at the same time and spread out in all directions. Like a dam bursting, it instantly destroyed the front of the mechanical army in one direction, penetrating through many layers of defense. Broken mechanical parts scattered all over the sky. Seeing this, Han Shao clenched his fist, and blue-gold mechanical force shot out from the void dimension. Like a lightning net, it grabbed all the parts and connected them together. Waste modification. Advanced machinery construction. The broken parts were formed into mechanical soldiers. However, in this short instant, Viru's figure disappeared. As if he had teleported, he passed through the encirclement and appeared in front of Han Shao. The blade of pugilist flames in his hand shrunk from a few hundred meters to a normal size, and he slashed down with even more power. This is not my first time fighting a mechanic. Viru was expressionless. It was not a secret that mechanics had the ability to use waste modification. He was very experienced and knew that a mechanic would definitely use this move. Taking advantage of this moment, he used his special movement skill to get close to Han Shao. He was a pugilist who specialized in speed, so he had more ways to get close to Han Shao than Heber. Swoosh! The blade slashed through Han Zhao's body without any hindrance, as if cutting him in half. However, Viru did not feel like he had slashed anything, and his expression changed drastically. The Han Shao that had been split in half suddenly disappeared. His real body was a dozen meters away, and his position had shifted. Earlier, Han Shao had used some kind of illusion to mislead the senses of the pugilist. It was very difficult to fool a beyond grade 8 pugilist who could lock onto his target with his aura. This special illusion was one of the advanced machines that Han Shao had built. It could be used in a battle between beyond grade as to create an illusion that could perfectly simulate one's own energy wave. It had a long cooldown. After missing a slash, Viru did not stop. He quickly changed his hand and slashed again. The blade extended and slashed toward Han Zhao's chest like a long whip. Star/style whip slash. Originally, this slash was aimed at Han Zhao's chest, but Viru changed the direction and slashed toward Han Zhao's head. However, Han Zhao's reaction stunned him. He did not dodge, but faced the attack head-on. The blade slashed through Han Zhao's armor and slashed through his forehead. Blood spurted out. Viru was shocked. Before he could retract his blade, Han Shao grabbed his arm and punched him in the chest at close range, unleashing the tiger roar of the Battle Tiger mechanical suit. Boom! The power of vibration reverberated in Viru's body. A large number of his cells were destroyed, but they were quickly regenerated under the nourishment of Viru's energy. The cycle repeated, causing him intense pain in his body. The attribute bonuses from Machinery Apostolization and Mechanical Force, King's Authority, greatly increased Han Zhao's individual strength, so the power of this attack was also increased. Immediately afterward, Han Zhao's bloody wounds healed right before Viru's eyes. The nanoparticles of the mechanical suit also repaired the hole in the armor. This recovery speed, Viru's pupils constricted. At this time, the mech legion behind Viru turned around and fired at the two of them. Viru's expression froze. Just as he was about to retreat, two enhanced Oathkeepers appeared beside Han Shao and charged forward. The blade slashed through the Oathkeeper's body, but it met with great resistance and was unable to cut it in half. Blue and gold mechanical force flickered in the wounds of the two Oathkeepers. These two Oathkeepers were super elite soldiers enhanced by Emperor's Gift. Even a beyond grade, A would not be able to deal with them in one hit. Unable to destroy the two Oathkeepers with one slash, Viru reacted quickly and hurriedly sent the two mechanical soldiers flying. However, he also suffered the counterattack of the Oathkeepers. He was hit in the chest by a series of psionic energy cannons, and his movements paused for a moment. The psionic energy cannons behind him also fired, and Viru was not willing to give up the opportunity to get close to Han Shao. He turned his blade around and created a defensive light shield, which barely blocked the psionic energy cannons for a moment. He then continued to attack Han Xiao. The blade wrapped around the two of them and left their original positions, turning into a meteor and disappearing into the distance. The two of them fought in close combat, and the blade slashed through Han Xiao's body time and time again, cutting off pieces of the mechanical suit and flesh. However, his recovery speed was visible to the naked eye, and his wounds healed completely within seconds. The more Viru fought, the more shocked he became. He had heard of Han Xiao's indestructible body nickname before, but he did not expect it to be so terrifying after seeing it with his own eyes. Claudia, who was watching the battle from afar, stopped being nonchalant at some point, and his expression became serious as he focused on the battle between the two of them. Han Xiao's recovery speed also made him surprised and doubtful. In his impression, there had never been a mechanic who had such a strong physique that was not weaker than a pugilist's. This level of combat power isn't something a newbie should have, someone said in shock, voicing the thoughts in everyone's mind. Recoil, thorns, and void dimension jump were used one after another to nullify the opponent's attacks. The two of them chased after each other, and after a short battle, the layers of Mech Legion finally stopped Viru, allowing Han Xiao to escape from the melee battle. After enduring Viru's series of fierce attacks, Han Xiao was almost unharmed. At least, no one could tell from his appearance that he had suffered any damage. Han Xiao patted his chest and opened his arms to Viru. Before Viru could react, the Mech Legion's attacks instantly increased, and with the help of all kinds of traps, Viru was forced into a temporary passive state. At this time, a few large heavy mechanical cannons appeared behind Han Xiao, and psionic energy started to gather, emitting powerful energy waves. Star Destroyer Cannon. Viru's expression changed. To think that Han Xiao would bring out such a strategic weapon. This was way beyond the scope of a spar. Suddenly, hundreds of electromagnetic chains shot out from the Mech Legion's formation and wrapped around Viru's limbs, binding him tightly. Viru tried to break free, but was shocked to find that he was unable to do so. It was as if these chains were elastic tentacles that knew how to deflect force. This was a mechanical device that Han Xiao had modified using his cutting-edge knowledge, activation theory. It could even temporarily control a beyond grade A, and it was classified as a high-level mechanical device. It was hidden within the Mech Legion and caught Viru by surprise. The next moment, teams of mechanical soldiers focused their fire on Viru, and psionic cannons rained down like a storm. The light shone on Viru's face, which had changed drastically. He suddenly unleashed all of his energy flames, which turned into many energy blades and spun around his body, forming layers upon layers of defensive mechanisms. Blade control, air barrier. The explosion far away expanded, and Han Xiao controlled the secondary space-based Star Destroyer cannon to fire. A few thick dark blue light pillars shot out, heading straight for Viru. Halfway through the Star Destroyer cannon, dark energy light pillars suddenly appeared in front of it, blocking the path of the cannon. They collided with the psionic energy light pillars and exploded into a chain reaction, expanding in the universe. On the other side, dark energy barriers blocked the concentrated fire of the army, giving Viru a chance to catch his breath. He hurriedly broke free from the trap, activated some kind of movement skill, turned into a blue light, and left the battlefield. He hovered by the side, looking rather haggard. His face was pale, and he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. If it were Heber, this attack would have been nothing more than a scratch. However, Viru was not Heber, and his health had been reduced significantly by true damage. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, told the Mech Legion to stop, and turned to look at the spaceship. Claudia was standing behind the porthole, and he had raised a hand. The dark energy earlier was controlled by him, and it had interfered in the battle between the two of them. "The spar is over," Claudia said slowly in the communication channel. "This battle will be considered a draw." A draw? Everyone had different expressions. They were all smart people, and they knew that this was just to save Viru's face. Just from a situation earlier, Han Xiao had undoubtedly won, and he had even displayed his combat style. Strong recovery ability, a huge mech legion, and strange attack power. This type of mechanic had almost no shortcomings. Everyone could not help but be shocked, and they all stopped underestimating Han Xiao because he was a newbie and came from the Shatterstar Ring. Han Xiao's strength had already earned their respect. Vera's expression was not good. As the one who had been challenged, he had been full of confidence, but now he had been defeated by a newbie. He felt very embarrassed and unhappy. However, his opponent had gained the upper hand fair and square, so there was nothing he could say. Hearing Claudi's words, Han Xiao did not comment and put away the mech legion. The result did not matter. As long as he achieved his goal of displaying his strength, it was enough for him. Furthermore, if Viru did not care about his injuries and unleashed his full strength, his explosive power would only be higher than Heber's. Even with his strong recovery ability, he would not have been able to handle it. He had gained the upper hand in the spar partly because he countered Viru's ability, and partly because of the nature of the battle. It looked like he had completely suppressed Viru, but if they had really fought, Viru might not have made the same mistake, so his chances of winning were not very high. I still have to increase my strength, Han Xiao thought. Among the beyond grade, as he was very strong in a battle of attrition, but he could not suppress them with pure strength. He had accumulated a large amount of experience, and when the experience penalty was over, he would welcome a new round of leveling up. At that time, he would probably be able to rise a level among the beyond grade as. After returning to the spaceship, he walked into the cabin and was welcomed by everyone. Han Xiao noticed that their eyes were no longer filled with judgment, but a certain amount of respect, so he nodded. After this spar, his strength was recognized by everyone, and he was officially accepted into the circle. Vera walked in behind Han Xiao with a sullen face. He turned around and said with a deep voice, "If there's a chance in the future, let's spar again. Then I probably won't have a chance." Han Xiao raised his brows. "What a joke. Why would I fight with you without any benefits? I'm not a battle maniac." However, speaking of which, it seemed like most pugilists were battle maniacs. Han Xiao could not help but think of Heber's brother domain. Remember the mobile version of the website, M801 Spar, page 1/1, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 794. The spaceship returned to the mother planet. On the spaceship, the few beyond grade A allies no longer put on airs and formally introduced themselves to Han Xiao. Han Xiao had long known their names, but he was just going through the motions. Some of them were directly related to the dynasty. Some were people who had developed their forces in the central galaxy, and only two were big shots from other star fields. One was from the Sea of Star Spirits, and the other was from the primeval Star River. The latter was the beyond grade A who leaned toward the military. Among this group of people, his attitude was the most friendly. This person was not too old. His name was Baoni, and his nickname was Incinerate or Origin Flame. His Esper ability was not to play with fire, but to ignite all kinds of things on a microscopic level, even things that were not flammable. Furthermore, it was not only limited to matter, but also energy. One of his more famous deeds was igniting an asteroid. Be it the trees, soil, or metal, everything was burned up, turning it into a charred planet. Han Zhao's interactions with the dynasty's elites had naturally been reported back to the dynasty. His care for Tenny was seen as a sign of friendship by the dynasty's young faction. Although Tenny had not reached the true upper echelons yet within the young faction, he had already shown his abilities and was being groomed as a core member in the future. Otherwise, he would not have been included in the first batch of the modification team. Therefore, due to the faction, Han Xiao did not reject Baoni's intentions of befriending him. The two of them were quite agreeable. Apart from this person, another ally that Han Xiao was quite fond of was Raven Loudy from the Ancient Ones. He was neither cold nor warm to him, so Han Xiao did not intentionally befriend him. The Ancient Ones was a loose alliance. The members were all extraordinary people. Some were beyond grade as, and some were espers. What they had in common was that they had lived for a very long time. In the galaxy, the Ancient Ones was one of the most famous civilian super organizations. They had members that joined the three universal civilizations. For example, the Red Empire had two Ancient Ones allies. One was Ravenlowdy, and the other was one of the three strongest national pillars. The Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church also had different Ancient Ones allies. Manison from the Mecha Empire was a high-level ally in the Radiant Federation, but he was very independent. After all, he was the leader of the mechanical race, and he had a huge force under him, forming a faction of his own. The Ancient Ones represented a huge resource network. It was a pity that he had not lived in seclusion for so many years and did not meet the requirements to join. Otherwise, Han Xiao would have given it a try. Because of the sparring just now, he had won a certain status. Everyone returned to the mother planet and communicated on the ship. Only then did Han Xiao officially become acquainted with everyone and become familiar with their faces. Someone wanted to borrow the evolution cube, but Han Xiao did not agree immediately. To beyond grade, this was like adding wings to a tiger. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. As a direct member of the dynasty, Claudia could enjoy unlimited slots in the dynasty, but the other side allies did not have such treatment. If he did not give them some benefits, Han Xiao did not want to help them increase their strength for free. After all, he could not guarantee what kind of relationship they would have in the future. Hearing that Han Xiao wanted benefits, everyone had different thoughts and did not immediately express their opinions. Originally, they had planned to make Black Star give in during their first meeting and take out the evolution cube to please them. However, they did not expect Black Star to be so tough and not easy to deal with. This plan naturally fell through, and they could only find a way to borrow it in the future. As big shots, they were not impatient. After saying goodbye to the group, Han Xiao and Ames returned to their residence. Hela and the others were relieved to see him return. This can be considered my official debut in the circle of high-level combatants of the three universal civilizations, stepping onto the stage of the central galaxy. Han Xiao thought. This was within his expectations. Having more friends made things easier. By making friends with this group of people, he could indirectly use a portion of their resources. Of course, this was also his position in the eyes of others. They were each other's connections, exchanging resources. However, there were also disadvantages. He would be treated as a bargaining chip by the other organizations, attracting the attention of more large organizations. The hostility and opponents he would face in the future would be even stronger. There was no other way. After receiving so many resources from the dynasty, it would be wishful thinking if he was not willing to take any risks. The central galaxy is highly controlled by the three universal civilizations, and the development of my organization is not free. It's not suitable for me to focus on it. I still have to develop my foundation in the Shattered Star Ring and the Flickering World. Over here, I'll just leave a contact point. After I'm done with this, it's better to stay away from this troublesome place for the time being, Han Xiao thought. If he wanted to increase his influence in the central galaxy, he did not have to establish a foothold here. Running his headquarters was the way to go. Only when his value was high would it be easier to increase his status. That night, Claudia told Unravel about the battle between Han Xiao and Viru, as well as his opinion of Han Xiao. What do you think is the possibility of Black Star reaching a higher level in the future? It was already late at night, but Unravel's office was still brightly lit. She stared at Claudia in front of her and asked with a deep voice. It's not impossible, Claudia replied. The primordial ones had existed for thousands of years, and after researching for so long, the classification of beyond grade A and above had become clearer. There were also strong and weak ones. Black Star was so young, and his combat style had almost no shortcomings. There was still room for growth in the future, and it was not impossible for him to be on par with him. Claudia's evaluation of Han Xiao was not low. In his long life, he had seen many beyond grade As. Some of them had already exhausted their potential to reach beyond grade A from the calamity grade, and their progress was limited. However, some of them could still continue to grow, and they were geniuses among geniuses. In his eyes, Black Star belonged to the latter. However, After seeing so many of them, he no longer liked to socialize and was too lazy to get to know new people. Furthermore, Claude was a direct descendant of the dynasty, so with his extraordinary status and strength, there was no need for him to deliberately befriend anyone. Thus, he had been ignoring Han Xiao along the way. It was not that he looked down on him. After all, not every beyond grade liked to socialize like Han Technician. Yurenril leaned back in her chair and pondered. If that's the case, it's more useful to have him stay at the edge of the star field. His current focus is on the flickering world, but after that, he'll most likely come to the central galaxy to develop. We have enough manpower here, so there's no need for him. The three universal civilizations in the central galaxy occasionally had conflicts, but because it was their headquarters, there would not be too big of a conflict. Thus, the dynasty actually did not need so many beyond grade as to come to the central galaxy to develop. It was fine as long as they had enough manpower. Too many would instead be a waste of resources. Throwing these beyond grade as to the other star fields to strengthen the dynasty's control over those star fields was the true meaning of the title National Pillar. However, the central galaxy was the center of the universe, after all. Countless people racked their brains to have the right to speak there. To Yurenril, the number of allies there was too saturated. She did not like so many people using the dynasty's name to develop their forces there. Black Star had brought the mobile base over, so it was clear that he wanted to build a branch there. Seeing that they were allies, Yurenril was willing to provide some help, but she was prepared to secretly limit the speed of expansion of the Black Star Core in the central galaxy. In short, she wanted to reduce the chances of Black Star coming to the central galaxy so that he could stay in the Shattered Star Ring or the Flickering World. Yurenril believed in Claude's judgment. He said that Black Star had a chance to touch a higher level, so he definitely would not be wrong. Thus, Black Star could be an important chess piece. Since he was an important chess piece, it naturally had to be placed in a suitable place to be effective. The news of Black Star being officially received by the dynasty's ruler was spread out through the dynasty's channels. Just as Han Xiao expected, the dynasty would not hide this, but use some method to announce that they had a new bargaining chip. His name had officially entered the sights of the various large organizations in the central galaxy. Han Xiao did not have any foundation in the central galaxy, so he did not know the reactions of these large organizations. In the following days, the dynasty arranged for the troops stationed on the mother planet to be modified by the evolution cube. Han Xiao focused on cooperating with the other party. After a few days, the evolution of the dynasty's troops on the mother planet was finally completed. During this period of time, the Black Star Corps did not just wait. With the help of the dynasty, the Black Star Corps used a small piece of land on the dynasty's mother planet to build a simple office. They left a group of people there for a long period of time to facilitate communication. Before leaving, they had already given this group of people a heads up and chose those who were willing to stay in the central galaxy. As for the mobile satellite base of the Black Star Corps, the dynasty naturally would not allow them to set up next to the mother planet. Therefore, they gave Han Xiao a star map and asked him to choose a location in the dynasty's territory to set up a branch base of the Black Star Corps. There was no need to hesitate about choosing a location. Han Xiao already had a draft in mind. Since this trip was to dig up leaks, the location of the branch base was naturally the main area of activity for the players. Han Xiao had matters to attend to, so he did not leave the mother planet for the time being. He ordered the troops to set off first. The security in the dynasty was very good, so there was no need for him to accompany the army to set up a branch base. The reason he stayed on the mother planet, other than bringing Ames and the others to tour, was to obtain the ultimate knowledge. The mission list that Yurenril had her subordinates organize had already been sent to Han Zhao's communicator. He picked and chose before finally deciding on a mission. Ordinary miscellaneous missions were not important enough. Only missions that were difficult enough were qualified to exchange for ultimate knowledge. The mission that Han Xiao chose was a mission that required beyond grade as to participate in a routine cleanup of the Fallen Ark organization. In other words, fighting ES God. The three-star areas of the central galaxy were separated by a desolate universe belt, which was a sensitive area and not easy to manage. As a result, the thugs who didn't dare to linger in the 3-star areas swarmed into the border gap, creating a place where they could hide their filth. The area of the border crack was very large. During the Exploration Era War, the 3 universal civilizations fought fiercely in front of their homes as if they would not stop until one of them was dead. This large area was the ancient battlefield back then, and countless planets were abandoned because of it, turning into a desolate universe belt. Now, a large number of brutes were hiding there, and it was not easy to find them. Furthermore, the border crack was not a dead land and was connected to the desolate universe belt outside the central galaxy. Once there was communication with the outside world, it would be even more impossible to eradicate it. The sensitive area was not suitable for major management. Anyway, the 3 universal civilizations were connected by stargates, and normal tourists would not take the desolate universe belt, so it did not affect the security of the central galaxy much. God's team usually hid in the desolate universe belt in the border crack and had always been very secretive. Recently, they seemed to have been exposed and were discovered by the Red Empire's observation devices. God was notorious, and to the 3 universal civilizations, eating, sleeping, and fighting God had become a daily operation. They called it a routine cleanup. Han Shao still had a grudge with God. Although God wanted to make a deal with him, Han Shao would not feel that God was a friend just because of that. Since he was now living in the lawful faction, it was best to draw a clear line between him and such notorious brutes on the surface. Speaking of which, it was God who found trouble with him in the past. This was the first time he was going to God's headquarters to find trouble. If not for the dynasty's cleanup operation, he would not have had this opportunity. Having a strong backer was indeed different. He was a little afraid of God's ability and did not plan to go alone. Thus, he sent out an invitation to the group of beyond grade A allies he had recently made. Claudia had a job, so he rejected without any suspense. The others also declined, saying that they did not want to provoke God. Only one person accepted his invitation. When do we set off? In the communicator, Baoni shook the horns on his head. His fiery red skin had the texture of volcanic rock, flowing with agile fire snakes. His eyes were blazing red balls of fire that burned endlessly. He was not a human, but an Esper from the Pyre demon race. Tomorrow, I've already informed the dynasty. They'll send someone to send us over. Han Shao scratched his chin. He had already settled his matters on the dynasty's mother planet, and there was nothing else for him to do here. Next, it was time to complete the 2 plans he had for coming to the Central Galaxy. The first was to obtain ultimate knowledge, and the second was to expand his leak farm. The latter only required the signboard of the Black Star Corps and did not require him to show himself. It was a good opportunity to split up and carry out the plan at the same time. With just the 2 of us, I'm afraid it'll be too risky. God's fleet is too large, and he himself is extremely dangerous. Baoni shook his head. We have more than 2 beyond grade A combatants on our side. Han Shao glanced at Ames beside him. When Ames found out about this, she seemed to be unwilling to be left out and took the initiative to follow them. He did not reject her. It was always good to have more helpers. Seeing him look over, Ames smiled lightly with a hint of eagerness. Chapter 795. A dynasty spaceship slowly left the Crimson Ring star cluster. In the cabin, Han Shao stood in front of the porthole, looking at the shrinking silhouette of the dynasty's mother planet with an expressionless face. He had accepted the mission and notified the dynasty, who had arranged a spaceship to send him off. The operation had been finalized the day before, so he did not waste any time today. He, Baoni, Ames, and Hela boarded the dynasty's spaceship and headed to the garrison base at the border to participate in the routine cleanup of the fallen Arkansas. This time, I really came and left in a hurry. Han Zhao's eyes reflected the dynasty's mother planet that was getting further and further away. He had only stayed on the mother planet for a few days, and it was not even comparable to the time spent on the road. He did not stay for long and left decisively after completing the mission on the mother planet. During this trip, he had met the dynasty ruler and gotten to know a bunch of national pillars, deepening his relationship with the dynasty, expanding his network, and making the mark of the dynasty even clearer on him. He had fulfilled the wishes of the Red Empire, and in the future, he could be considered one of the backbone of the dynasty. The dynasty's army has finished gathering and is waiting for the Beyond Grade as to go over. Through the Stargate, we should be able to meet up with the main force in 4 to 5 days. From the side, Baoni walked over and opened his mouth to speak, spitting out sparks. The Crimson Ring star system was the central area of the dynasty, and they were going to the edge of the star field. However, it would only take 4 to 5 days. It was not because the distance was short, but because the transportation in the central galaxy was far more advanced than in the Shattered Star Ring. The universal civilizations had many stargates in their headquarters, forming a fast transportation channel. If it were the sparse stargates in the Shattered Star Ring, this journey would take more than half a month. Han Xiao turned around, thought for a while, and suddenly asked, "Have you participated in similar operations before?" I participated in the encirclement of the Fallen Ark twice. This is the 3rd time. Most of the Beyond Grade, as in the Central Galaxy, have participated in such operations. Baoni nodded. It's really eating, sleeping, and fighting ES God. Those allies all said that they did not want to provoke ES God because they did not want to come with me. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Then ES God has basically fought with all the Beyond Grade as of the 3 universal civilizations? You can say that, but most of the time, we'll only encounter ES God's doppelgangers. Only during large-scale operations against the main Fallen Ark team will we encounter ES God's main body. Those are usually Beyond Grade, as at Claudi's level. ES God's main body is too strong. Just based on what I know, more than 2 Beyond Grade as have died in his hands. There are only so many Beyond Grade as in the entire universe. Baoni shook his head. Because he had deliberately befriended him, Han Zhao's relationship with him was closer than the other Beyond Grade A allies. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded to show that he understood, his eyes flashing. ES God did have the strength, but to the 3 universal civilizations, they should be able to get rid of him if they gritted their teeth. Yet, they had tolerated him for so long. This time we have 3 Beyond Grade S. Even if we're unlucky and encounter ES God's main body, we can still escape unscathed, Baoni said. Bad luck? There's an 80% chance we'll encounter ES God's main body this time. Han Xiao secretly curled his lips. When he arrived at the dynasty's mother planet, ES God's location was coincidentally exposed. He did not feel that this was a coincidence. Thinking of what ES God said when he contacted him, this was most likely the reason. However, he still chose to participate in this operation. Putting away his thoughts, Han Xiao opened the interface to take a look. The routine cleanup mission was placed in the list, and the reward was quite generous. Empire Campaign. Fallen Ark. Repeatable. Mission Introduction. The Fallen Ark is the lost paradise of the thugs of the entire universe. It is notorious for committing all manner of evil and is constantly surrounded by the 3 universal civilizations. Now, the Red Empire has discovered the whereabouts of a Fallen Ark fleet. You have decided to participate in this battle and contribute your strength. Tip: this mission is a faction series mission. You can complete the following requirements in this mission. Elite Soldier. Accumulated 2,000 enemies killed. Reward: 380 EXP, plus 20 Red Empire contribution points. Fierce General. Killed more than 200 Grade C supers. Reward: 810 EXP, plus 30 Red Empire contribution points. Scavenger. Accumulated 10,000 enemies killed. Reward: 1,335 EXP, plus 50 Red Empire contribution points. Decapitator. Killed the fleet commander. Reward: 12,000 EXP, plus 220 Red Empire contribution points. Directly facing ES God I. Dealt 0. 5% of ES God's HP. Both main body and doppelganger can be used. Reward: 20,000 EXP, plus 350 Red Empire contribution points. Directly facing ES God 2. dealt 5% of ES God's HP. Reward: 150,000 EXP, plus 550 Red Empire contribution points directly facing ES God 3. Dealt 15% of ES God's HP. Reward: 650,000 EXP, plus 900 Red Empire contribution points directly facing ES God 4. Successfully cooperate with the Red Empire to eliminate an ES God doppelganger. Reward: 25,000 EXP, 80 Red Empire contribution points, and character summon card, ES God. This was not a one-time mission. As long as there was a chance for a routine cleanup, this mission would appear. The Red Empire was one of the top organizations in Galaxy, and the mission rewards they gave were basically the standard for the later versions. If it involved a Beyond Grade A, the highest reward would be in the tens of billions of EXP. This time, the Fallen Arc team was discovered near the border of the Dynasty, so the Dynasty was the one who took the initiative to send troops. Han Shao accepted this mission because of the generous rewards. The directly facing ES God series of rewards took up more than 90% of this repeatable mission, and it was quite challenging. Ordinary players would only be able to kill the enemy's troops at most, and would not be able to deal much damage to ES God. Even if they accumulated damage, it would still be very difficult. However, he was different. When he was at the Calamity grade, ES God's doppelganger had beaten him up quite badly. Now that ES God's main body had descended, he might not be able to defeat it, but ES God's doppelganger, which had limited energy, would not be able to give him much pressure. The players needed 12,000 contribution points to exchange for an ultimate knowledge from a universal civilization, and his current identity was completely different. With a discount of half, he could exchange for an ultimate knowledge with 6,000 contribution points. The stronger the faction, the harder it would be to gain favorability. In his previous life, the players had worked so hard for ultimate knowledge that they almost exploded. Because of that, businesses like his were extremely popular. At this time, Han Shao did not want to stay in the Central Galaxy for too long to gain favorability. Thus, he was prepared to use his strength advantage to complete the extremely difficult mission that was almost impossible for the players and earn a large sum of contribution points in one go. In the mission list given by the Dynasty, this was the only mission that could satisfy his requirements and was the most convenient. This was a good opportunity for him to draw a line between him and ES God and send a signal. Not wanting to continue talking about this topic, Han Shao suddenly changed the topic and asked, "By the way, how is your relationship with the Mecha Empire in the primeval Star River?" Bayoni was a member of the Flame Demon race before he became a Beyond Grade A Super, and he still maintained a similar appearance. He still regarded himself as a member of the Flame Demon race, leading a branch of his race in the primeval Star River and expanding his harem. He was living a good life and was one of the big shots in the primeval Star River. The Mecha Empire's Manison was also in the primeval Star River, so Bayoni definitely knew him. "Manison? Why are you asking about this?" Bayoni was confused. "He's a top Beyond Grade A mechanic, after all. I've heard a lot about him," Han Shao casually said. Bayoni did not doubt him. "I rarely interact with him. His organization is deeply rooted in the primeval Star River and far surpasses mine. If you want to visit him, I can introduce you. However, he's a member of the Radiant Federation, so it's not good to meet him in private. You're thinking too much. The universal civilizations won't restrict our private interactions." In any case, I don't like meeting people from other organizations." Bayoni shook his head. Han Shao smiled. Although he did not plan to provoke the Mecha Empire, because of Erosia, he still had to be careful. As for the visit, it was not a lie. He was indeed interested in Manison's indestructible Mecha Empire technology. However, he would not visit him now. The development of the flickering world was imminent, and he did not have the time to visit the primeval Star River. However, when the Mecha Empire was mentioned, Han Shao could not help but think of an old enemy, Thousand Shadows. This guy had not taken action for many years, and Han Shao guessed that he might have given up. However, the premonition was still hanging on his interface. "I'll meet him in the abyss of stars in the future," Han Shao thought. He did not forget the trouble this guy had caused him. Now that his wings were fully grown, he would find a time to settle the score. In the gap between the borders of the central galaxy, a huge fleet was slowly moving. This was a branch fleet of the fallen Arkansas. There was a palace inside the main ship, and the ground was filled with energy transmission circuits that connected to the throne in the middle. An ES god doppelganger sat on the throne, and the energy core of the spaceship continuously transmitted energy to the ES god doppelganger through the throne. At this moment, ES god's main consciousness had descended onto this doppelganger. I wonder who the beyond grade A that the Red Empire sent this time will be, ES god said with a sigh. According to the intelligence, Black Star has been a guest on the mother planet of the Red Empire. He has the evolution cube with him. Will he come and find me? His spies in the Shattered Star Ring had received news that Black Star was heading to the central galaxy more than half a month ago. If Black Star wanted to make a deal with him, he would need an opportunity to come into contact with him. Thus, ES God had purposely let a team be discovered by the Dynasty to create an opportunity. This was not a coincidence. He could not leave the central galaxy easily, so if he wanted to use the evolution cube with his main body, he could only get Black Star to find him. In order to avoid being caught in a crossfire, it was unlikely that Black Star would come looking for him secretly. Thus, he had to create a situation where he would not be easily suspected. He should understand what I mean. After thinking for a while, ES God shook his head. He did not doubt Black Star's acuity, but Black Star had not contacted him. He probably had not decided whether to make a deal with him. Under such circumstances, ES God felt that Han Shao might not dare to come and contact him. Black Star has already set off. Bayoni will keep an eye on him. In the ruler's office in Turinamir Palace, Claudie reported the situation to Urinril with an expressionless face. Urinril put down the documents in her hands, rubbed the corners of her eyes, and slowly said, "Him choosing to fight ES God is out of my expectations. The timing is a little too coincidental. He has the evolution cube, and ES God has also shown interest in this item. We have to be on guard." Originally, the mission Han Shao chose was not something that she, as the ruler of the dynasty, should care about. However, she noticed something suspicious and had to pay attention to it. To the dynasty, ES God stealing the evolution cube was not a secret. Han Shao bringing the evolution cube to fight ES God might be because he knew about ES God's greed and wanted to show off his sovereignty. However, it could also be because he had other ulterior motives. After all, Black Star was a new ally. Although it seemed like the dynasty was taking care of him, in reality, ever since he set off for the central galaxy, he had been closely watched by the dynasty. Bayoni had agreed to Han Zhao's invitation partly because they were both part of the young faction and partly because Claudie had requested him to protect him. Apart from that, he also wanted to keep an eye on Black Star for Urinril. The dynasty was not willing to see any of their allies being involved with ES God. According to Black Star's information, he's good at cooperating with various parties in the Shattered Star Ring. To be able to build what he has today, he's clearly not someone who knows his place. Urinrel opened her eyes. Her gaze was calm as she slowly said, "I hope he won't be too arrogant and think that he can fool the dynasty." Recommended 2 books, Don't Ascend, author, Warm Words to Wine, and Penahedron, author. You shouldn't ask for leave during the New Year _ smiley face _ 3. Chapter 796. A few days later, in the desolate universe belt, the small spaceship carrying Han Shao and the others approached a huge Red Empire fleet. This fleet belonged to the dynasty's Border Defense Army and was called the 36th Army. It was the force responsible for clearing out the Fallen Ark and was waiting to meet with the beyond Grade A combatants sent by the dynasty. After checking all the passes and confirming their identities, the small spaceship entered the fleet formation and docked with the Coffin-like Guardian-class main ship. The hatch opened, and Han Shao and the others walked into the cabin of the main ship. Several officers were there to welcome them. "Your Excellency Black Star, Your Excellency Incineration, Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, I'm the adjutant of Commander Murky. I'm here to welcome you," an officer said respectfully. Although Ames was not an ally of the dynasty, she was a neutral beyond Grade Ahu came with Han Shao, so the dynasty would not neglect her. Han Shao nodded, and the group followed the adjutant. After walking for a while, they realized that they had entered the living area instead of the bridge command room. The commander won't meet us? Bayoni was confused. The adjutant smiled apologetically and said, "The commander wants you to rest first. He'll be in charge of the strategy, so you don't have to worry about it." Han Shao raised his brows. He doesn't want to discuss it with us. The commander is still discussing with the staff officers and can't leave for the time being. He'll inform you when the strategy is perfected, so it's inconvenient to disturb you before that, the adjutant said. The enemy can escape our lock at any time, so it's not suitable for the troops to be on standby for too long. We're about to set off and we'll fight the enemy very soon. Please rest well. We'll need your combat power when the time comes. Hearing this, Han Shao and Bayoni looked at each other and shook their heads. They knew that this Commander Muraki did not want them to interfere with the strategy and did not even want to discuss it with them. Let's rest then. It was Han Zhao's first time following the dynasty's army into battle. Since Bayoni did not say anything, he did not have any objections and stayed there according to the other party's arrangement. Seeing that the three beyond grade as had no objections, the adjutant was visibly relieved. He ordered his subordinates to settle down Han Shao and the others before bidding farewell and returning to the command room on the bridge. Muraki, the commander of the 36th Legion of the Border Defense Force, stood in front of the huge star map with his hands behind his back. He looked up and observed. None of the staff officers beside him made a sound. "Commander, the three beyond grade A combatants have been settled," the deputy reported. Muraki did not turn around. "Do they have a problem with that?" "No." "Yes, that's right. I don't like people who tell me what to do." Muraki nodded. Inform the entire army to depart immediately. He was in charge of this routine cleanup. In order to wait for the beyond grade A combatants sent by the dynasty, his troops had been on standby for a long time. This group of beyond grade A combatants only arrived after a long time, which Muraki did not like. However, the beyond grade as had a high status and were not part of the dynasty's army, so he could not say anything. He did not have a good impression of the beyond grade as who were not directly related to the dynasty. As the commander of the fleet, he looked at the problem from a tactical perspective. In his eyes, although these beyond grade as had a high status, they were nothing more than extremely destructive tools on the battlefield without the halo of the national pillars. Muraki did not want these beyond grade as to interfere too much and take away his command. Since the dynasty had given these tools to him, he would naturally be the one to use them. Therefore, he felt that there was no need to waste his saliva discussing tactics with these beyond grade as, no matter how high their status was outside, a fleet could only have one commander. These beyond grade as only needed to follow his orders. He told his adjutant to receive the beyond grade as because he was too lazy to do so. In fact, he did not even want to see Han Shao and the others step into his command room. Under Muraki's order, this fleet moved, turning into a stream of light and traveling through the desolate universe belt, chasing in the direction of the enemy. In the cabin, Han Shao, Ames, and Bayoni gathered and chatted casually. "The commander of this fleet seems to dislike us." Ames shook her head. Bayoni did not deny it and said, "The dynasty's army places great importance on discipline, and beyond grade as are not part of the army. They will never obey orders unconditionally. The commander's words do not carry much weight, so some of the dynasty's officers do not like us beyond grade as telling them what to do." After pausing for a while, Bayoni said with some dissatisfaction, "Although that's the case, this Muraki guy is too arrogant. He's not even willing to receive us personally and told us to wait for orders obediently. Does he think us national pillars are his soldiers? Beyond grade, as we're all big shots with great power. When had they ever been ignored like this? If it were an outsider, he would have easily crushed them to death if they dared to put on airs in front of him. Unfortunately, this was a dynasty soldier and could not be touched." Bayoni was unhappy. Han Shao, however, did not mind. He waved his hand and said, "He's the commander after all. He has to ensure his own authority. A fleet cannot have a second voice. Although our status is high, there's nothing wrong with him treating us the same. If we casually raised our opinions, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. He might as well make clear his responsibilities from the beginning and not let us interfere in the command. Baoni glanced at him and said, "You really don't think of yourself as a beyond grade A super." Han Xiao shrugged. Some of the older beyond grade as were used to ordering people around because they were superior and did not allow any disobedience or disrespect. Han Zhao's mentality was different. He was not so angry. After all, he was a professional commander and would not be willing to be instructed by an outsider. However, although this was not wrong, Han Xiao also felt that Muraki was indeed arrogant. No matter what, it was not too much to show some respect to someone at the top of the galaxy. It was fine if he did not suck up to him, but if he had to be so arrogant, did he think he was the dynasty's marshal? Shaking his head, Han Xiao did not dwell on this. He would most likely encounter God's main body this time, so he needed to think about it. God purposely attracted the dynasty's army to test me. Han Xiao thought to himself. God had once proposed to help him complete a task unconditionally in exchange for the right to use the evolution cube. He was tempted, but after thinking about it, he realized that he could not jump into this fire pit. This person was very bad. The deal itself was a trap, and God's identity was so sensitive. If he really did make the deal, he would be blackmailed. For God to be able to survive between the gaps of the three universal civilizations, Han Xiao did not believe that God had nothing to do with the three universal civilizations. If he agreed to God's request, God might kick him to the curb and report this matter to the dynasty. After using the evolution cube, God could turn his back on him at any time. He did not have any credibility, and the uncertainty was too great. Even if he fulfilled his promise, God had many ways to force him to the opposite side of the Order faction. God was not afraid of doing bad things, and it would be too easy for him to drag him down. Han Xiao also had another worry, which was that God had stolen the evolution cube from Cisco and exposed the fact that he had the information of the evolutionary civilization. Since he could also use the evolution cube, it would be easy for others to connect the dots and suspect him. The Red Empire did not interrogate him. Perhaps they had secretly investigated him and expressed their trust in him. However, if God was ruthless enough to slander him, it would still have some impact. If this dragged on, he would not be able to avoid it forever. God was not a dead person, so how could he be willing to be ignored? If he lost his patience, he would definitely do something. At that time, he would not be in the central galaxy, and it would not be easy for him to clear his suspicion. Joining the dynasty would allow him to develop in the long run, so why take the risk? He had thought it through and would not jump into this fire pit. After all, God would not let him go. This time, he would become an enemy of God. Some people's schemes might look tempting, but they were actually filled with thorns. Your Excellency, God, we have detected that the Red Empire's fleet has appeared behind us. According to our current speed, they will catch up to us very soon. Should we increase our speed and shake them off or turn around to face them? In the main ship of the fallen Ark fleet, God's doppelganger listened to his subordinate's report and waved his hand. Turn around and face them. He had ordered this fleet to wander around the dynasty's border to lure the dynasty's army out. Naturally, he would not run away. The fallen Ark fleet had a total of tens of millions of spaceships, and there were many hidden strongholds in the desolate universe belt that had been assembling new spaceships. God had a lot of assets, so he did not feel any heartache about using a fleet as bait. If Black Star did not come, God was prepared to capture some espers during this battle with the dynasty's border defense army. This way, he would not lose his fleet for nothing. This fallen Ark fleet turned around and faced the dynasty's army, preparing for battle. Not long after, the 36th Army of the dynasty's border defense army appeared on the radar. Although the fallen Ark fleet was a group of undisciplined thugs, they were not a mob. They immediately opened fire and fired at the dynasty's army. At the same time, the thrusters were at full power, and the entire fleet charged toward the dynasty's army fiercely. The three universal civilizations and God were old rivals. As soon as the two sides met, There was no need for any verbal communication. The two fleets quickly charged toward each other, inserted into each other's formation, and started fighting. Spaceships exploded one after another in the universe, turning into dazzling fireworks that were both beautiful and cruel. On the side of the battlefield, there was a desolate planet. The wreckage of spaceships turned into meteors and landed on the planet, creating craters. The 36th Legion's warrior-class mothership opened fire at full power. Dark red dark energy annihilation rays shot out like they were free, destroying the fallen Ark combat ships one after another. Muraki looked at the 3D battlefield view and saw the entire battle. He stared at the enemy's flagship and said coldly, "Let's take the initiative first. Make the first move. Have a 3 beyond grade as move together and force God out." The order sounded in the communication channel. Bayoni frowned and said with a deep voice, "If the three of them attack together, won't we expose our trump card immediately? It's not up to you to question. Carry out my order." Muraki heard the reply in the channel and said with a deep voice, full of unquestionable toughness, "Damn, I met a tough guy." Han Shao fell helpless. The Red Empire was good in every way except for this. Their civilization was too strong, giving some of the officials a sense of superiority and confidence. A hint of displeasure flashed through Bayoni's eyes. It was not good to be calculative in battle, so he held it in and jumped out of the cabin door, directly entering the battlefield and charging toward the enemy's flagship where God was. Ems was also a little unhappy. She shook her head and was about to enter the battlefield when Han Shao suddenly stopped her and sighed. "Sorry, I didn't know the commander was like this. Sorry to have made you suffer with me." Hearing this, Ames stopped in her tracks and turned back to look at him. Her eyes shone, and the slight displeasure disappeared, leaving only teasing. "Do you think I'm a child? Do I need your comfort?" Her tone was full of laughter. Then, Ames rose into the air and joined the battlefield, flying toward God from another direction. With a helpless smile, Han Shao followed closely behind. The moment the three of them joined the chaotic battle, the situation of the battle immediately changed. Wherever Bayoni passed, the enemy warships would suddenly burst into flames, emitting multicolored flames. Even the highly heat-resistant armor alloys were ignited on their own, turning into scorching molten steel. The entire warship melted and exploded. Ames directly grabbed countless enemy battleships with her force field and swept them left and right. Dazzling electric arcs exploded when the shields of the battleships collided with each other, leaving a huge gap in the hull and sweeping out countless empty areas. The battleships that were too close were squeezed from the outside to the inside by the force field and exploded. Both of them were good at AoE and were great killing machines on the battlefield. Han Shao did not even need to do anything. He was happy to take the mech legion behind the two of them and only needed to finish off a portion of the mission requirements. The three of them approached the enemy's flagship. Inside the flagship, God's doppelganger looked at Han Shao and became excited. "He actually showed up, Buzz." The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the three of them. He did not even look at Ames and Bayoni and locked his eyes on Han Shao. He could not wait to send a private telepathic message with an expectant tone. "Blackstar, you really have a tacit understanding with me. Have you decided to make a deal with me?" Bang. Han Shao did not hesitate to focus fire. Countless psionic cannons bombarded God's doppelganger, sending it flying toward the surface of the desolate planet. The three of them followed closely behind and hovered in the air of the desolate planet. Ems pulled with her palm and pulled God's doppelganger out. Her force field pressed God's doppelganger into a distorted shadow and dragged it toward the three of them. Bayoni aimed his hands at God's doppelganger, and flames suddenly burst out from within the dark body of God's doppelganger. Han Shao put his hands together and activated Gene Liberation. The Mech Legion fired at God's doppelganger that could not move. Chi. Blue light rays pierced through God's doppelganger again and again like a storm, disappearing into the depths of the universe along the gravitational arc of the desolate planet. "Ha! ES God's doppelganger exploded into a cloud of black mist and slowly dissipated. Even Cisco could easily kill 2 ES God's doppelganger by himself. Facing 3 beyond grade as an ES God doppelganger with limited energy could only be destroyed. Not bad. Muraki, who was in the main ship far away, nodded. After destroying ES God's doppelganger, the only thing left to do was to destroy the enemy's fleet. Just as he was thinking about this, a space energy vortex suddenly appeared where ES God's doppelganger had disappeared, and an ugly man with a hood stepped out. As soon as this person appeared, he seemed to bring endless pressure, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze for an instant. At this moment, Muraki's expression changed drastically. Bayoni's relaxed body tensed up. Ames furrowed her brows. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. It was not a doppelganger, but ES God's main body. He was a notorious thug that many beyond grade as feared. ES God stared at Han Xiao indifferently and spoke slowly with a cold tone. I'm very disappointed in your answer, but when you rejected me, you shouldn't have been so close to me. Chapter 797. The appearance of ES God shocked Muraki. He originally thought that this was just a routine cleanup, but he did not expect ES God's main body to appear here. There was a consensus in the Central Galaxy that if one encountered ES God's main body, it would be best to escape immediately. However, thinking that he had 3 beyond grade as under his command, Muraki suppressed his desire to retreat immediately and wanted to fight. You guys stop ES God and lure him away. By some time, Muraki ordered the fleet to speed up the attack on the Fallen Ark fleet regardless of the losses. On the other hand, he decisively ordered Han Xiao and the others. ES God's ferocity was too deeply rooted in the Central Galaxy. Although Muraki was arrogant, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill ES God with just his few people. His goal was to destroy the enemy fleet, cut off ES God's wings, and try to force ES God's main body back. If he succeeded, it would be a dazzling achievement. Although ES God was one of the top beyond grade, as he had 3 people of the same level on his side after all, it was time for him to use them as tools. The dynasty's troops began to move, but in the sky of the desolate planet, Han Zhao's trio and ES God were facing each other. They turned a deaf ear to Muraki's words and ignored him. The atmosphere was almost frozen, and the murderous intent continued to rise. Bayoni did not dare look away from ES God. He glanced at Han Xiao in surprise. ES God had said it out loud, and he had heard it too. What reply? Black Star and ES God have private connections? Han Zhao's fingers moved quickly, and the Mech Legion's cannons all aimed at ES God. However, he did not attack immediately and slowly spoke. Do you really think I'll agree to your conditions and give you the evolution cube? Since I've joined the dynasty, you and I are enemies. The reason I'm here to deal with you is to make you give up. The evolution cube is with me. If you want it, come and snatch it. Han Xiao did not hide the fact that the two of them had contacted each other in private and took the initiative to state his stand. ES God narrowed his eyes and stared at Han Zhao's neck as if he could see through the mechanical suit and see the evolution cube on his neck. Knowing that he was the one who released the signal this time, he actually dared to come and reject him personally. He brought the evolution cube with him just to draw the line. Was he really not afraid that he would steal it? Or was he too confident in his own strength? ES God glanced at Han Zhao's trio and said indifferently, "Did the 3 of us give you the confidence?" As soon as he said that, ES God made his move. With a push of his hand, rainbow-like energy gushed out, turning into countless rays of light that shot toward the 3 of them. Shield! A green light flashed in Aim's eyes, and a thick force field turned into a shield that covered the 3 of them. Streaks of rainbow energy exploded on the shield, and the penetrative power was extremely strong. It also had the attribute of disintegration. If it were not for Aim's force field, it would have been difficult to block this attack. ES God twisted his palm, and suddenly another force field descended and squeezed. He also has a force field Esper ability. Ames was shocked and hurriedly supported her own force field. The two force fields, one internal and one external, were in a stalemate for a while. They were the ones who were wrapped in God's force field instead. Force field Esper abilities were very common and did not have high potential. Ames was the only one who had cultivated it to beyond grade A, but the low-grade Esper abilities that God absorbed would be enhanced by him to beyond grade A, so the two of them were on par. With a thought, the mechanical army outside immediately launched an attack. God's eyelids drooped, and the space around him suddenly solidified as though it had turned into a crystal structure. The countless psionic cannons were all deflected. Some of them disappeared into the sky, and some of them exploded on the ground. However, none of them hit God's body. Pure energy refraction Esper ability. Han Zhao's expression changed. At this time, Baoni released his ability from afar and ignited God's body. Be it his flesh, bones, or energy, they all turned into fuel. However, God was not affected at all. He took a deep breath, and the flames on his body seemed to be absorbed by his skin. Baoni's ability turned into pure energy and was devoured by his cells. Before the few of them could react, half of God's body suddenly turned into black fog, and the black fog condensed into a human figure. Like cells splitting, a new doppelganger was formed. Swoosh! This doppelganger disappeared instantly, ignoring Ames's force field, and appeared right in front of Baoni. It punched toward his chest and activated his seraphic speed Esper ability. Baoni's reaction was extremely fast. Energy flowed through his arms, and he raised his hands to block the God doppelganger's fist. However, the fist did not have any strength, and the moment it touched Baoni, a strange energy entered Baoni's body. What? Baoni's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he felt as if the Esper ability in his body had disappeared, and he could not even feel his energy. At this time, this God doppelganger shone brightly and rapidly expanded. Buzz! A black ball of light was born and rapidly expanded. It was as if a black hole had appeared on the surface of the earth, swallowing Baoni's figure. A portion of the surrounding mech army was swallowed and destroyed. The mechanical soldiers that were not at the center of the explosion hurriedly retreated and were blown away by the shockwave. Boom! The ball of light expanded and exploded, leaving a crater in the ground. A black fireball floated in the air, and the surrounding black flames dissipated, revealing Baoni's figure. He was in a sorry state at this time, and his entire body was char-black. His ability was suppressed by some kind of God Esper ability. When the doppelganger exploded, it was not easy for him to sense his Esper ability again. He ignited the energy nearby and blocked most of the power of the explosion, creating a blank space around him. That was why he was not severely injured. Not far away, the space rippled slightly, and Han Zhao walked out. He avoided the explosion through void hyperdrive. On the other side, Ames also walked out of the void dimension. She had used the same method to avoid the center of the explosion as Han Zhao. After a short exchange, the three of them looked up at God, who did not move at all. What a terrifying fellow. Although he had expected this, God's strength still shocked Han Xiaoxin. Rumors were one thing, but facing God in person was another. The main body and doppelganger were two completely different concepts. In front of him was a monster who had spent countless years collecting arcanas, and who knew how many abilities he had. This guy's main body was the true meaning of God, the omnipotent god of Esper abilities. The potential of an Esper ability limited the upper limit of a user's grade. Many unique Esper abilities had very low upper limits, but after God absorbed these Esper abilities, he used his own beyond grade A attributes as the source of power, allowing many Esper abilities that could not be upgraded to the beyond grade A level. No matter how simple an Esper ability was, it would still be extremely powerful in his hands. For example, the ability to suppress Baoni used a type of Esper ability to silence others. This ability had a very low upper limit and would not even work on calamity grades. However, with ES God's own strength, even beyond grade as would not be immune to it. With so many Esper abilities, ES God had almost no shortcomings. To him, the two biggest limitations were his own energy limit, and he could not use too many Esper abilities at the same time, which would put a huge burden on his genetic chain. He could suppress 3 people with ease. In the entire universe, there were not many who could be his match in a direct confrontation. Luckily, Baoni is here as well. If there were only 2 beyond grade, we would be in a very passive position. Although the 3 of us can't beat him, we can at least hold him back. Han Xiaoxin's expression was solemn as he reorganized the scattered mech legion. Compared to the few beyond grade as he had fought before, ES God was the only one who had overwhelming combat strength. The pressure he gave him was unprecedentedly huge. As expected of the brutes, whose name has spread across the entire galaxy. Ames took a deep breath with a serious expression. This was also her first time fighting ES God, and it was her first time personally experiencing ES God's terrifying combat strength. She was shocked. ES God glanced at the 3 of them and suddenly disappeared in front of them with a teleport. Not good. Han Xiao raised his head, and his expression changed. ES God had suddenly moved into the middle of the dynasty's fleet. Muraki, who was commanding the fleet, also had the same thought. When he saw ES God appear in the fleet, his expression changed drastically. The next moment, ES God punched out, and a black and red beam of light shot toward the Guardian-grade flagship. It instantly penetrated the high-energy shield of the flagship and created a huge hole in the hull. The hole penetrated from the front to the back, and armor fragments flew everywhere. Warning! Warning! Hull damaged by 8%. Engine number 3 damaged. Energy transmission circuit damaged. Energy core output efficiency reduced by 18%. Repairing. The vibration of the hull caused the people in the command room to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Muraki finally stabilized himself, but he was already shocked. Retreat quickly. The main ship was attacked, and the situation had suddenly changed. If ES God hit him a few more times, he would be dead for sure. The unwillingness in Muraki's heart disappeared instantly, and he did not dare fight anymore. However, ES God's target was the main ship, and he shot out a series of black and red light beams. Looking at the attack approaching from the porthole and listening to the alarm of the spaceship, Muraki suddenly realized that he was powerless in front of such power. The fleet he trusted could not save him at all. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A look of despair appeared on his face. The light beam shot into the main ship. The next moment, the interior of the ship expanded, and the main ship exploded. Muraki's vision turned black, and he closed his eyes to wait for death. Suddenly, he felt cold metal wrap around his body. He opened his eyes immediately and saw the explosion of the main ship getting further and further away. He was covered by a mechanical suit and was quickly moving away from the explosion area. "I'm not dead." Muraki's eyes were wide open, and his heart was still palpitating. At this time, the tactical screen lit up, and Han Zhao's face appeared. "You're still alive? Don't just stand there. The fleet needs your command. Don't think about retreating." Although ES God is terrifyingly strong, he won't be able to defeat 3 beyond grade as in a short time. This place is very close to the dynasty's border, and the border guard army can come and help at any time. He won't stay here for too long. As long as we hold on, we can force him to retreat. When the main ship exploded, Han Xiao had arrived and saved Muraki. This guy cannot die yet. The fleet needed a command. Black Star? This guy saved me? Muraki's expression changed. After hearing Han Zhao's words, he clenched his teeth and gave up on the idea of retreating. He hurriedly opened the command channel and ordered the fleet to continue attacking. The mechanical suit on his body protected him from being decapitated. Han Xiao led the 2 of them to surround ES God again, using all their strength to drag him away from the battlefield of the fleet. The 4 of them fought fiercely. ES God dealt with the attacks of the 3 of them without showing any signs of difficulty. Instead, the wounds on Han Zhao's group kept increasing, and the casualties of the mech legion also gradually increased. They were not gods match one-on-one, so they could only cooperate with each other. It felt like three heroes fighting against Lu Bu. In the midst of the fierce battle, Han Xiao suddenly received a telepathic message from God. I've always been curious. How did you know how to use the evolution cube? God's tone was curious. He was truly confused. The information of the evolutionary civilization was clearly in his hands. He had checked Han Zhao's background, and he had never interacted with the evolutionary civilization before this. How did he know how to use the evolution cube? Han Xiao blocked an energy blast from an unknown Esper ability with his psionic shield. His whole body stiffened, and he clenched his teeth and barely opened his mouth. I was lucky. Lucky? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? God had a look of disbelief. The password to open the evolution cube is so complicated. If you were to rely on luck, the probability is infinitely close to zero. Who are you trying to fool? There's only one possibility. The information of the evolutionary civilization must have been leaked from somewhere. After pausing for a while, God dodged a force field attack from Ames and suddenly shook his head. Forget it. The main point is that you know how to use it. The reason doesn't matter. This might have given you confidence, but it's a pity that you underestimated me and overestimated yourself. Bringing the portable evolution cube to me is your biggest mistake. This time, God raised his palm, and a blue light ball floated in his palm. The next moment, the light ball suddenly disappeared and turned into a familiar silver cube. Han Zhao's body trembled, and he hurriedly looked down. The evolution cube on his neck had disappeared, and there was no sound at all when it disappeared. Chapter 798. A Space Displacement Esper Ability. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. You don't seem nervous at all. God narrowed his eyes and suddenly realized something. His fingers exerted force and crushed the small silver cube. He loosened his grip, and the silver alloy fragments scattered out of his palm. There was no evolution energy at all. Seeing this, God froze. Han Xiao chuckled. You don't think that I would really bring the evolution cube to see you personally, do you? I'll return your words to you. Aren't you underestimating me too much? This guy was not like Cisco, who had occupied the cube for many years and almost refined it into a magic weapon. God did not have the psychic senses of the cube to immediately check if it was real or not. God was silent for a few seconds before shaking his head. That's right. Since you've decided to reject me, how could you bring the real thing over? I was misled by you. When his main body had first appeared, Han Xiao had acted very tough and said that if he wanted the evolution cube, he could come and snatch it. This attracted God's attention to the evolution cube on him. Coupled with the fact that both sides had started fighting, God had no time to think and subconsciously thought that Han Xiao had the real thing. God had just said that he was not easy to fool, but he had not expected to be tricked so quickly. It was not a secret that the evolution cube had become portable. With Cisco eyeing it, it was impossible for him to hand it over to someone else for safekeeping. Han Xiao had always created this illusion, making others think that the evolution cube was always with him. Therefore, in God's eyes, locking onto Han Zhao's whereabouts was equivalent to locking onto the location of the evolution cube. Because of his first impression, he had fallen into the wrong mindset and did not immediately consider the possibility of the evolution cube leaving Han Xiao. The information left behind by the evolutionary civilization recorded the method to locate the evolution cube. However, it was different from Cisco's psychic senses. This method was a special detection device that was compatible with the cube and could only accurately locate it within a certain range of the evolution cube. The technology of the cube detector came from countless years ago and had certain flaws compared to today. Furthermore, the technology left behind by the evolutionary civilization was not complete. The detector had limitations, mainly in its range. The principle was to receive a certain special energy waveband emitted by the evolution cube, and this waveband required time to spread across the universe. Like a ripple, it would become weaker the further away it was, which made it impossible for the detector to locate it from an infinite distance. In the past, when God stole the evolution cube, he first knew that the evolution cube was on Cisco's mother planet. After knowing the approximate location, he went to the vicinity and used detection devices to avoid Cisco's psychic shield to obtain the precise location of the evolution cube on his mother planet. Only then could God's doppelganger use his teleportation Esper ability to avoid the star pupil Protoss guards and sneak in. If it did not know where the cube was at the beginning, the detection device would not have been able to find a needle in a haystack and find the target across the vast star field. The detection device was an external device, unlike Cisco's, which was an innate ability. God was prejudiced, and he was held back by the three of them, so he did not check the device. Otherwise, he would have noticed the anomaly. The detection device did not detect the evolution cube at all. Cisco's psychic energy was connected to the evolution cube. Although the location was too far away, it was an infinite distance. This was why Han Xiao usually brought the evolution cube with him. With a beyond grade, a Lycan protecting him, it was the safest. However, it was different this time. Knowing that God had many tricks up his sleeves, Han Xiao could not be unprepared. The evolution cube was really not with him now. Not long ago, he had set off from planet Crimson Ring and spent a few days to reach the border. Along the way, Han Xiao had secretly released a spaceship and split up. He did not come to the border, but stealthily moved through the dynasty's territory alone. The real evolution cube was placed inside the spaceship, and he did not reveal this to anyone. Cisco was far away, and the further away he was, the less accurate his senses were. He only knew that the evolution cube was in the general direction of the central galaxy. Not to mention that he did not know what was going on here. Even if he knew that the evolution cube was separated from Han Xiao, a famous person from the Arcane Church would not be able to enter the dynasty's territory. Thus, the threat from Cisco could be ignored for the time being. To be on the safe side, another mechanical army was stationed in the stealth spaceship that was keeping the evolution cube. Because of the Emperor Mechanic's ability, Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel. Even if the Mech Legion was very far away from Han Xiao, they could still transmit mechanical force over a large area, allowing the distant Mech Legion to have the strength of a Beyond Grade A. Staying in one place and allowing the Beyond Grade A Mech Legion to go on an expedition was the specialty and strength of a Beyond Grade A mechanic, the super kiting style. If they were not even present, how would the enemy get close to them? This was similar to God's doppelganger, or even better. The Mecha Empire's Manison fought in this way. When fighting him, one would not even be able to see his shadow. Han Xiao did not use this tactic at the moment because the foundation of his army could not reach the level of the Mecha Empire. Furthermore, his tankiness was his trump card, and it would be a waste if he did not use it. However, the Mech Legion that he sent out also had the strength to crush Calamity Grades and could temporarily act as the guards for the evolution cube. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but Han Xiao did not stop. He controlled the Mech Legion to focus fire. Although God's energy deflection shield could block most of the energy attacks, Han Xiao had ways to deal with them. The Mech Legion had many ways of attacking, and it was impossible for a Beyond Grade A to be helpless with just one Esper ability. His Mech Legion could even counter the Metal Control Esper ability, so a mere energy deflection Esper ability would not be a problem for him. Furthermore, God could not use too many abilities at the same time, so it was impossible for him to only defend and not attack. Furthermore, there were two other Beyond Grade as holding him back. 1 against 3 was not enough to deal with God, but at the same time, God could not easily defeat the three of them. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short time, and both sides were in a stalemate. On the battlefield, Muraki, who had just escaped, did not have time to relax. He commanded the fleet to attack. Although he was arrogant, being able to command a border guard army alone showed that his professional abilities were not for show. Under his tactical command, the dynasty's fleet attacked crazily and steadily gained the upper hand, swallowing the enemy fleet in large mouthfuls. Without the intervention of a beyond grade A, this fallen Ark fleet was not his match at all and was quickly wiped out. God frowned as he looked at the battlefield. He could see that this fleet was most likely going to be wiped out. He had just confirmed that the evolution cube was not with Han Xiao, so there was no need for God to continue fighting this battle. This place was too close to the dynasty's border, and reinforcements would arrive soon. Even he did not want to face the dynasty's border guard army. Even if he could escape unscathed, he did not want to provoke the three universal civilizations. If he killed too many of the Red Empire's troops, the Red Empire would most likely gather an army to enter the sensitive area and launch a hunt for his fallen Ark fleet. By then, the ones who would come would be Claudia and the other two old ruffians. Although God was not afraid of them, he would lose far more than just this fleet, so it was not worth it. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly spoke in their telepathic connection. You have a space displacement ability. You never planned to trade with me in the first place. It was just a trap, wasn't it? God raised his hand to block Aim's force field. Hearing this, he said with a playful tone, I indeed don't have any credibility, but you guessed wrong this time. I was actually full of sincerity. Originally, the evolution cube was the only hope to reach a higher level in my eyes, but it is not now. I have seen a broader new world. To me now, the evolution cube is no longer my final goal. It is just a tool that I want, not something that I can't live without. If you're willing to lend it to me, I really won't do anything to you. A higher level? Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. God had fused a super high-risk Esper ability and accepted countless galactic fugitives to form the fallen Arkansas. Everything he did was for greater strength. His motive was very pure. You want to imitate the primordial ones, break through the limits of individual strength, and discover a new realm? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. God did not comment. Suddenly, he changed the topic and said, Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. You let me see new hope and change my goal. Thank me? Han Xiao was confused. A few years ago, my doppelganger fought with you in the Shattered Star Ring and was played by you before being thrown into the wormhole, God said with a strange tone. Unfortunately, you did not go through the wormhole with me. You have no idea what you missed. The meaning behind his words was like a blessing in disguise. Han Xiao was stunned. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and connected all the clues together. Could it be that your people went against Hereful because of this? Back then, the Darkstar leader had come back to assassinate him and used the God doppelganger. That was also the first time he had crossed paths with God. At that time, he was not a match for the God doppelganger. Using the surrounding wormhole environment, he cooperated with a mechanic who studied wormholes, Hereful, to lure the God doppelganger into the wormhole and banish it. After that, God sent his subordinates to steal the evolution cube, but killed Hereful along the way. Han Xiao had never been clear about the reason. This matter had been over for a long time, and he did not expect God to bring it up. There seemed to be more to it. Hereful. God paused and seemed to think for a while before remembering this name. Oh, that's right. That's the name. He's the guy who tricked my doppelganger with you. I got the data of that wormhole from him. Han Xiao was shocked. God said that he saw hope. What did this guy see on the other side of the wormhole? God got the data of that wormhole teleportation. Could it be that he wanted to locate the location of that random teleportation and build a stable channel? What kind of place did that wormhole lead to that was worth God making such a big fuss about it? Han Xiaoxin was itching, but God did not have the interest to continue talking. He suddenly teleported and left the three of them. With a wave of his hand, a teleportation gate opened behind him. From far away, God's gaze stabbed at Han Xiao like a knife. From his eyes, Han Xiao understood what God meant. I'll let you go this time. We'll play slowly in the future. Their gazes collided, opposing each other harshly. Then, God took a step back and disappeared with the teleportation gate. He retreated. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Floating in the air, his expression changed. The Mech Legion lost their target and stopped moving. Since he could not get the evolution cube this time, ES God was probably going to go back and slowly plan for it. He did not know what kind of methods he would use to deal with him in the future. The two of them had completely turned against each other this time, but this guy could not leave the central galaxy easily. He did not know when the next time they fought would be. Also, the wormhole that ES God mentioned also piqued his curiosity. Thinking about the strength that ES God had displayed in this battle, Han Xiao could not help but feel heavy, and the pressure on him increased. As expected of the final boss of the chaotic evil faction, I'm still not strong enough to deal with him. Han Xiaoxin felt a sense of urgency. He still needed to increase his strength. Chapter 799. The strongest big boss in the heavens is just that ruthless. Cutting the pig's feet at the beginning is very exciting. If you're interested, you could take a look. A main character without a penis, you are worth having. The strongest big boss in the heavens, author, 7 Fleas Introduction. Chu Yi opened his eyes and found himself lying in the cleansing room. An old eunuch was holding a knife and pointing it at his crotch, gesturing at his crotch area. Invincibility starts from being a villain. Author, Lao Xing Introduction. Even if I, Zhao Shanhe, jump down from here, I will definitely be a good person in this life. Ding! Lying is a basic skill of a villain. Level of vile nature, low. Reward, villain points plus 10,000. And what did I say just now? Carrying the villain system and being reborn into the body of a good-for-nothing, Zhao Shanhe began his journey in the world of ancient martial arts and technology. Since there is no good reward for being a good person in this world, then let me be the villain. Nicholas Zhao Ritian. Super Godly Mechanic latest chapter address. Super Godly Mechanic reading address. /10098 / Super Godly Mechanic TXT download address. Super Godly Mechanic mobile reading address. /10098 In order to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the bookmark below to record this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Super Godly Mechanic, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 800. After being on guard for a while, ES God did not appear again. We forced him to retreat. Bayoni's voice sounded in the communication channel. His tone was full of doubt, as if he could not believe it. Ames looked at the one-sided battle in the distance and shook her head. He doesn't even want the fleet anymore. They're all wanted criminals, not good people. Han Xiao slowly said, in every corner of the universe, new criminals are born every second. Countless people come to seek his protection. How much would ES God care about the lives of his subordinates? If he did, he wouldn't have used his subordinates as bait. Without ES God, this fallen Ark fleet fled in all directions and was chased by the Dynasty's troops. The chase was left to the Dynasty's troops, so the 3 of them did not attack these battleships and flew back to his secondary ship. The main ship was blown up by ES God, so Muraki moved to this secondary ship to command. As soon as the 3 of them entered the spaceship, they met a few soldiers who had been waiting by the cabin door. Your Excellencies, the commander invites the 3 of you to the bridge. The soldiers were a little nervous. These soldiers on the spaceship had all seen the battle between the 3 of them and ES God's main body, so they had a deep understanding of the strength of the 3 of them. This guy is willing to let us go to the command room now. Han Xiao laughed and walked in front. The soldiers quickly followed and led the way. The 3 of them passed through many passages and walked into the command room of the bridge. Muraki was staring at the tactical map and continuously giving orders to maximize the results of the battle. He turned around and saw Han Xiao and the other 2 walking in. His face turned serious, and he hurriedly walked in front of the 3 of them. Your Excellency Black Star, my life was saved by you. Thank you. What happened before was my fault. I'm very sorry. Muraki bowed with a serious face. His attitude was completely different from his arrogant attitude before. He could not be more respectful. After being saved by Black Star, no matter how arrogant he would not put on airs in front of his savior. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at him, but he didn't take advantage of the situation and said lightly, "You are a commander. You can be arrogant, you can put on airs, you can have all kinds of problems, but you can't leave your post without permission. The battle is not over yet, and you left your job to come here and apologize to us? To put it bluntly, no matter what your attitude is, it won't change the difference in status between us. Do you think we care about your apology?" The command room fell silent. The faces of the surrounding personnel changed, and they kept quiet out of fear. Murky was shocked. He wanted to apologize sincerely, but he did not expect to hear such a straightforward answer. It was almost humiliating. He could not help but feel wronged. With an awkward expression, he braced himself and backed away. He did not dare to say anything else and returned to his post to continue commanding the battle. Han Xiao was expressionless as he turned around and left. Only then did the people in the room dare to take a deep breath. Seeing this, the depression in Baoni's heart disappeared. He followed beside, patted Han Xiao's shoulder, and laughed. This kind of dynasty officer doesn't know how to respect the strong just because of his status. He should be taught a lesson like this. Han Xiao glanced at him and shook his head. He was not angry at Murky's attitude. If he was alone, he would have just smiled and let it go. However, this was not his problem alone. Ames was not an ally of the dynasty. She was kind enough to help him, but she was treated like this. He could not pretend that nothing had happened. Therefore, even if Murky took the initiative to raise his, but he would still slap him away and take the opportunity to teach this guy a lesson. He would trample Murky's face and sense of superiority into the mud. Ames was not an ally of the dynasty, so she had no right to speak like this. Only he could stand up for her. Even if she did not ask for it, Han Xiao would still do it. Ames sized Han Xiao up with interest. "Yo, this is the first time I've seen you putting on airs as a beyond grade. A kid, you've finally become arrogant?" Han Xiao glanced at her, raised his brows, and said, "Don't tell me you don't like it. You're smart." Ames shook her head and laughed. She stretched out her slender fingers, poked Han Xiao's cheek, and pushed it lightly. "You can talk, but don't touch me." Han Xiao helplessly tilted his head, grabbed Ames's hand, and pressed it down. While casually chatting about the battle earlier, the few of them returned to the house. Han Xiao walked into a room alone and closed the door. Only then did he have time to catch his breath and think about it. He felt that he had gained quite a lot from this test. On the surface, the purpose of participating in the routine cleanup was to complete the mission and earn contribution points, as well as to make his stance clear and draw a line with ES God. His secret goal was to test the combat strength of ES God's main body. Han Technician was full of confidence. He had hidden the evolution cube in advance because he did not think that he was ES God's match. However, since they were both beyond grade as, he would not be too scared. He still had the qualifications to fight ES God. Since he was going to be ES God's enemy, Han Xiao took the initiative to test ES God's strength while he had helpers around him. He wanted to personally feel the difference in strength between ES God and himself so that he would not be caught off guard in the future. The result of the test was out. The feeling that ES God gave him was as unfathomable as the vast ocean. Today, he had only revealed a drop in the ocean, which gave him a lot of pressure. Level, talents, and ultimate knowledges have to keep up. The Mech Legion has to continue expanding as well. Han Xiaoxing pondered. The reason why a beyond-grade mechanics army could go on expeditions, other than their own strength, was to increase the size and foundation of their mechanical army. After obtaining the ultimate knowledges and activating King's Mentor, he would be able to properly nurture the Mech Legion and bring the style of a beyond-grade A mechanic to greater heights. The first reason why he came into contact with ES God personally was to give him an eye. ES God had many abilities, but he was not a mage after all. Even if there was a very small chance, he still had to give it a try. Han Xiao had the mentality of trying and secretly threw an observer's mark on ES God during the battle. Unfortunately, ES God was indeed able to discover the observer's mark, and it was destroyed with a slap. Han Xiao did not feel too regretful about this. It was a gamble in the first place. If it succeeded, it would be a surprise, but if it did not, he was mentally prepared. Ding! At this time, a mission completion notification popped up on the interface. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. The battle is finally over. He opened the interface and looked at the notification. Dynasty Battle Campaign. Fallen Arc, repeatable, completed. You have completed the following objectives. Elite Pawn, Fierce General, Scavenger. Directly confronting ES God I. Directly confronting ES God 2. Directly confronting ES God 3. Directly confronting ES God 4. Mission rating. Unbelievable, you have received unbelievable mission rating reward. Extra 9,000,000 experience. 2 random rewards. That's quite a lot of experience. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. Missions that involved beyond grade, as always, had extremely generous experience rewards. It was the same for dealing with Heber previously. The total experience reward for this mission was close to 30 billion. Even at his level, it was considered quite a lot. The main reason was that the rewards related to ES God took up the most. With his strength, he could complete them easily, but it was extremely difficult for the players. Glancing at the notification, Han Zhao's lips curled up. This time, he had earned a lot. The Red Empire contribution points had reached over 8,000, which was enough to exchange for an ultimate knowledge. The 2 random rewards were stored by Han Xiao. He then looked at the introduction of the ES God character summon card that was rewarded with directly confronting ES God 4. Character summon card, ES God. Esper ability. Esper silence suppresses the target's Esper genes through close contact, causing them to be unable to use their Esper abilities. Requires the target to be an Esper to take effect. The success rate and duration of the control depends on the difference in level, energy level, and luck. If effective, the minimum duration is 0. 25 seconds. Usage limit 0/2 Esper silence. Han Zhao's eyes widened. This was the Esper ability that ES God had used on Baoni. ES God had many Esper abilities, and the character summon card only gave him one of them. Obtaining this Esper ability would be of great help to him. Touching Fu Ding before the battle was not in vain. Han Xiao pondered. The ability of this character summon card just happened to counter ES God, which was a pleasant surprise. However, the difference between him and ES God was too great, so it was almost impossible for him to succeed. Maybe when his level caught up to ES God in the future, this character summon card would be of use to ES God. Han Zhao's eyes hardened, and he kept this character summon card as a trump card. I've drawn a clear line between ES God and myself, which can be considered to have removed a portion of the hidden dangers. My purpose for coming this time has been achieved. Now, I can exchange for ultimate knowledges, then meet up with the army and contact the Constellation Corridor players. With one of the 2 goals of coming to the Central Galaxy completed, Han Xiao planned his next itinerary in the Central Galaxy. By the way, there's one more thing Han Xiao thought about it. He was a little interested in the wormhole that ES God had mentioned and wanted to know what ES God was planning. When I return to the Shattered Star Ring, I'll find time to visit Hariful Civilization and see if I can get the data of that wormhole. I have to find out why ES God is looking for that set of data. Sadly, the guy was killed by ES God's subordinates. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He had a feeling that this matter was not simple, and it might give him a pleasant surprise. In another room, Baoni turned on his communicator and dialed Claudi's number. Very soon, the call went through. "Du Claudi, the battle on my side is over." "How's the situation?" Claudi asked coldly. "We encountered ES God's main body." Baoni described the process. Claudi frowned, but after listening, his brows relaxed again. He nodded and said, "It seems that ES God did contact Black Star, but Black Star did not agree. We can't rule out the possibility that they're acting. Anyway, you've worked hard. I'll report the situation to Her Excellency." "It doesn't look like acting." Baoni spoke up for Han Xiao. "I feel that Black Star knows that the dynasty is secretly suspicious of him. So he's purposely making a public statement so that the dynasty can rest assured of him. After all, he's a beyond grade A ally who has just joined. Even if they're suspicious, they won't make it public, so it's impossible for them to send someone to interrogate him. That's why he has to do this. Claudia did not comment. He was only responsible for reporting, and the final judgment was Unravel's job. By the way, Blackstar also asked me about the Mecha Empire. Bayoni recalled. There's nothing strange about that. Claudia shook his head. After saying a few more words, Bayoni hung up the communication and exhaled a mouthful of sparks. Not only was he close to the military's youth faction, but he was also the ruler's trusted aide. Apart from the intention of befriending Han Xiao, he had also secretly received orders from Unravel to keep an eye on Blackstar's movements. In the desolate universe belt of the Central Galaxy, far away from the battlefield, another fallen Ark fleet was hidden. Above the fleet, a space vortex-like teleportation gate appeared, and E.S. God walked out. The main ship opened the hatch and welcomed E.S. God. Back in the main hall of the main ship, the people on standby stood up sparsely, their voices rising one after another. Your Excellency, E.S. God. Boss. E.S. God ignored them and walked to the front of the throne. He pulled up his hood, turned around, and sat down. He looked at the people below and slowly spoke. How's the research progress at the Research Consortium? They're still matching the coordinate data. I don't know how long it will take to accurately locate the location recorded in the data. That set of data is too strange, and it doesn't seem to be in the explored universe. Even if we have the data, without a matching target on the star map, the workload is still too huge. I just want results. Confirm the location as soon as possible. E.S. God's tone was calm. He turned to look at his right-hand man and said, Help me contact the people from the Arcane Church. Oh, why are you looking for them? The man licked his lips. His purple tongue was like a long whip covered with barbs. A bright red mask was embedded in his facial bones, as if it had been branded with a soldering iron. It covered the upper half of his face, and even his eyes were not visible. Only his mouth and chin were exposed. He was a creature with an upright spine and was not human. He was about 7 meters tall, and his back was bent like an old man. He had thick skin, dark purple skin, and his skin was as rough as sandpaper. He had 2 pairs of upper limbs and 1 pair of lower limbs. He was as thin as a match, and his limbs were like purple withered branches. He was wearing the same trendy beggar's hood as E.S. God, and his entire person gave off an evil and sinister aura. Hakizan, nicknamed Purple Nightmare, was one of the beyond grade A seeds of the Central Galaxy many years ago. He was once a wanted criminal who was chased by universal civilization. Later on, he joined the Fallen Ark and had been an important officer under E.S. God for hundreds of years. Tell the people from the Arcane Church that they want the data left behind by the evolutionary civilization. We can give it to them. What's the condition? Hakizan tilted his head. Work together to snatch the evolution cube. Tell them that if they succeed, the evolution cube will be theirs. I only need to use it a few times and will not snatch it from them, E.S. God said slowly. After suffering a loss once, in order not to repeat the same mistake, he decided to borrow Cisco's ability to sense the evolution cube. As he had slaughtered the star Pupil Protoss before, Cisco would not work with him. Therefore, E.S. God planned to negotiate with the Arcane Church in secret. As long as the Arcane Church said something, he could borrow Cisco's ability secretly. The Arcane Church had an unusual passion for the evolution cube. Ever since E.S. God stole the cube from Cisco and let others know that he had the data of the evolutionary civilization, the Arcane Church had secretly proposed many conditions to him, intending to exchange for the data of the evolutionary civilization. According to E.S. God's guess, the Arcane Church's fanatical worship of gods was probably an important reason for them to pursue the evolution cube. However, he did not know the exact details. Although E.S. God knew that he was the public enemy of the 3 universal civilizations, since both sides had the same goal, it was not impossible for them to work together in secret. Furthermore, the target of the negotiation was the mysterious Arcane Church, which was the most difficult to judge among the 3 universal civilizations. Compared to the Radiant Federation and the Red Empire, the Arcane Church's killing intent toward him was the least. We're going to make a deal with the Arcane Church? How risky? If there's a chance, they might even get rid of you, Hakizan said with a playful tone. Huh. God smiled faintly and did not answer. He slowly said, I'll leave this matter to you. I need to sleep for a while. Pa. Fakizan flicked his tongue like a whip in the air. It was the same as snapping one's fingers, indicating that there was no problem. God nodded, lowered his head, and covered his face with his hood. His face turned into a whirlpool-like black fog again, entering a deep sleep state. Hakizan was not surprised by this. God's many Esper abilities existed in his body in the form of genetic chains, which placed a huge burden on his body. Constantly switching between different Esper abilities would cause his cells to age very quickly. In other words, God's ability to absorb other people's Esper abilities was actually exchanging his lifespan for strength. God's cell activity had already entered the decline stage, and his lifespan had reached old age. However, he had the Esper ability to suppress aging and temporarily recover his youth, which needed to be triggered through deep sleep. This was why he often slept. Generally speaking, after an intense battle, God would take the initiative to sleep. Black Star, Hakizan clicked his tongue. He knew that God had gone to negotiate with Black Star this time, but the negotiation obviously did not go well. Furthermore, he was defeated by Black Star. He was a little interested in this person. After cleaning up the battlefield, Muraki's army returned to the border garrison base, and Han Shao and the others followed. There were millions of border garrison bases in the entire dynasty, scattered across the vast border. The highest officer in charge of a garrison base was a lieutenant colonel. After the battle ended, they bid farewell to the highest officer of the base and left. Han Shao and Bayoni agreed to meet again when they had time. They then parted ways. Bayoni left alone, and Han Shao took Ames and the others to a spaceship, heading toward the location where the Black Star Corps had set up their division. On the way, they took a long detour, and Han Shao retrieved the Evolution Cube and the other mechanical army. He only felt much more at ease when he had the items back on him. As the army's mobile base had not arrived yet, they were not in a hurry, so Han Shao slowed down. This was the first time Hela and the others had come to the Central Galaxy. They walked and stopped along the way, occasionally visiting the colonial planets of the Red Empire. Within the Constellation Corridor, with Han Zhao's identity, they could go anywhere without any obstructions. Han Shao had been paying attention to the Constellation Corridor section of the players' forums along the way, paying attention to the players' feedback. Ever since he had revealed to the Shattered Star Ring that he was coming to the Constellation Corridor half a month ago, the players had been in a state of excitement and anticipation, hoping that the Black Star Corps would cross the star field and come into contact with them. The Central Galaxy's transportation was convenient. When Han Shao was still halfway there, the army that had split up finally arrived at their destination and descended among the players. Han Shao had not arrived personally, but from the Constellation Corridor section of the forums, he could feel the huge impact of the army crossing servers. The passion of the players had exploded. P.S. This chapter is already 5,000 words long. Every time it's mating season, I feel that the days pass by really quickly. Floating and sinking, it's a new month. I'm begging for a guaranteed monthly ticket for my brothers. Chapter 801. Galaxy had already gone through 2 versions, and every star field was like an independent server with different main storyline events. The players' experiences and encounters were different, and they worked for different civilizations and met different people. Although the events in the various star fields were different, the general trend of the versions was the same. In version 1.0, the players were born on the novice planet and experienced events on the planet. In version 2.0, they experienced the turmoil of the novice planet and received the guidance of different factions, officially stepping into the universe and adventuring within the star systems. In version 3.0, the stage of the players gradually expanded to the star cluster they were in and went deeper into the universe. The professional clubs of the various countries chose different star fields as their headquarters to make it easier to obtain resources, thus attracting the normal players within the country. The Constellation Corridor was mainly the home ground of the professional players from Russia and Australia, and there were also some clubs from smaller countries. Of course, the normal players were not limited to this. They could choose any star field to start in, and even the Shattered Star Ring had many international friends. The Constellation Corridor also had players from various countries. The players there had experienced the rebellion on a novice planet Sodrian. This planet was originally a remote fief of a star system civilization, and due to historical factors, it had been an autonomous region for a long time. The ruler of the planet had his own army, and because this person was involved in a sensitive matter, he was suppressed by the star system civilization in version 2.0. The ruler of Sodrian was not willing to give up and openly resisted. In the middle and late stages of version 2.0, the rebellion was suppressed, and the civilization reclaimed Sodrian. The ruler led his fleet and escaped. Due to the intervention of external forces, the players entered the galaxy. Unlike the Black Star Core in the Shattered Star Ring, the players of the Constellation Corridor went their separate ways. Some were recruited by the star system civilizations, some escaped with Sodrian, and some became free people and traveled the universe. The various civilizations scattered in the surrounding star systems were divided into many factions, completely different from the situation in the Shattered Star Ring. In version 3.0, because the Constellation Corridor was the headquarters of the Red Empire, almost all the civilizations were controlled by the Red Empire, and they did not dare to cause trouble. Therefore, unlike the star fields outside the central galaxy, there were very few conflicts between civilizations. A few months after the start of the version, the Secret War main storyline in the Shattered Star Ring had already been completed. The players of the Constellation Corridor had only just triggered the main storyline and had just gotten online with a star cluster civilization. It was precisely because of the large number of factions and good security that the players here sought for their own entertainment and advocated PvP. This led to frequent guild wars, snatching resources and territory from each other. Because Russia and Australia coexisted here, ordinary players from both sides took the initiative to treat each other as an opposing faction. They fought each other merrily, and it was very lively. For the convenience of communication, the players would always tacitly allow the existence of public areas, forming a group effect. The largest safe area recognized by the players of the Constellation Corridor was a trading planet called Gilman in the initial star cluster. It was extremely prosperous and was also a Stargate transit station, so it was convenient to travel. Many players set up stalls and requested to form parties there, treating it as a public area. The Black Star Core division was located on planet Gilman. This day, as usual, many players took galactic flights to planet Gilman from other places and queued up at the spaceport of the planet. The spaceship queue extended out like a river of light, and it was quite crowded. The vice president of the Strength and Glory Guild, Vodka, and many other guild members were in one of the spaceships. This guild was the official guild under the most famous club in Russia, and their goal was to provide resources for the club's glory team. However, some of the Chinese players preferred to call them the White Emperor's Sacred Sword Team. Vodka had brought people to do missions in other civilizations and collected a batch of equipment. This time, he returned to planet Gilman to rest and store this batch of equipment in the guild base's warehouse on planet Gilman. A guild officer walked into the room and reported to Vodka, "The captain has sent a notice saying that there's a problem with the identity check of the fleet ahead. We'll have to queue for about 10 minutes before we can enter." "Thank you." Vodka nodded. Everyone was not surprised. They opened the interface and browsed the forums while waiting. Vodka did the same. He browsed the forums and saw many posts about the Black Star Core. He shook his head and could not help but say, "The Black Star Core has been talked about for half a month. I wonder if they're really going to open a division in the Constellation Corridor." Hearing this, the crowd began to talk. "We can't even get in touch with the Red Empire now. Who knows if the Black Star Core have arrived? They've been received by the Empire ruler, and their level is so high. We probably won't meet them." "That's right. Even if they're going to open a division, we might not even meet them. Who knows where they'll appear? Currently, the Constellation Corridor players had not joined the Red Empire yet, and Han Xiao did not bring any players over. The Black Star Core came directly from the mother planet of the super-large Stargate Empire, and there were no witnesses. Due to the lack of information, the Constellation Corridor players had no way of knowing what the Black Star Core was doing. Just as everyone was chatting, someone casually glanced out of the porthole, and his face suddenly froze. He turned around and stared out of the window with a shocked expression. "What's that?" Everyone was stunned. They all looked over and were equally stunned. They saw a fleet escorting a huge mobile satellite base out of the Stargate, not far away, and slowly approaching Planet Gilman. Not only Vodka and the others, but all the players and galactic residents lining up outside the spaceport saw this scene. On the hull of the fleet, the logo of the Black Star Core was engraved. The Constellation Corridor players recognized it as well. The Black Star Core? They actually appeared here under the shocked gazes of everyone. The satellite base of the Black Star Core slowly stopped outside the atmosphere of Planet Gilman and sent out a fleet to negotiate with the planet's guards. Seeing this scene, Vodka was stunned for a while. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Woola! Could it be? The Black Star Core is going to open a division on Planet Gilman?" Hearing this, the faces of the surrounding guild members changed, and they were overjoyed. Not long after, the news of the army's arrival spread throughout Planet Gilman. The players on the surface could see the satellite base outside the atmosphere when they looked up. Their eyes widened in excitement. Very soon, the army finished negotiating with Planet Gilman. Because of the identity of the army commander and the authority given by the Red Empire, Planet Gilman did not have the right to reject the army's request for a division to be stationed there. They could only send people to help the Black Star Corps set up the base. Immediately after, while the players were waiting in anticipation, the army finally officially announced to the world that they would be establishing a division there. As soon as the news came out, it swept through the forums like a hurricane. The players of the Constellation Corridor were all shocked. After half a month of anticipation, the Black Star Corps had really appeared in another star field. Everyone had made all sorts of guesses about how the Black Star Corps would interact with them, but no one would have thought that the Black Star Corps would directly descend on their main city-like public area. The reaction of the players was directly reflected in the forums. The topic of the army appearing on Planet Gilman instantly rose to the top of the trending topics of the Constellation Corridor. The anticipation of the past half a month turned into flames of excitement, igniting the passion of all the players. This was the first interstar field faction to come into contact with the Galaxy players. Even the forums of the other star fields were filled with excitement, especially the Shattered Star Ring. In the Shattered Star Ring, in the bustling Black Star Corps headquarters, countless players stopped in their tracks at the same time and opened the forums. The army has crossed star fields. The forums over at the Russian side have exploded in an instant. Let's go join the fun. Ha! Let those foreigners experience what it's like to be in our army. Although we're separated by star fields, we might be on the same side in the future. Tisk, don't you think this is called recruiting members? The players of the Shattered Star Ring were excited. They spontaneously went to the forums of the Constellation Corridor and made a post there. The title and reply were all, "Welcome foreign friends to the army." In just a few minutes, this post was stacked by almost 100,000 Chinese players. Black Star Corps headquarters sent a congratulatory message. Shattered Star Ring sent a congratulatory message. Welcome Bear Race and Kangaroo Race to the Black Star Corps. Welcome newcomers. Remember our slogan, Army Leader is Awesome. It felt like they were exploding other people's forums. From version 1.0 to version 3.0, the Black Star Corps was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Seeing their own growth-type faction develop to such an extent, many players of the Shattered Star Ring felt gratified and proud. They felt like they had finally raised a child after going through so much trouble. Madblade, Pork Bun, Maple Moon, and many other players who had met Black Star in the beginning felt even more deeply. They had been through so many ups and downs with the Black Star Corps, and those memories seemed to surge into their minds. So, they had come so far they had mixed feelings. The operation of the Black Star Corps this time seemed to be the beginning of a new era in their eyes. Maybe this was the starting point of the players being able to cross star fields. Maybe one day in the future, all the Galaxy players will be able to gather in the same star field. It was from this moment. The Army Division was officially established on planet Gilman. Its influence on the players of the Constellation Corridor immediately appeared. Almost all the players who were doing missions outside turned around and rushed to planet Gilman from the various star systems. Ever since they entered the galaxy in version 2.0, there had never been a situation where all the players gathered in the Constellation Corridor. This time, due to the appeal of the Army itself and the commotion caused by crossing star fields, almost everyone was attracted by the Black Star Corps and gathered from thousands of miles away. With a wave of the arm, the leak cloud came. The Army Division opened the port and announced on the Quantum Network that the division had just been established and needed to recruit a large number of people. The specific details could be found on the Army's homepage. This was because the players of the Constellation Corridor did not have a sense of belonging to the Army. What attracted them were the benefits and fame of the Army. With the example of the Shattered Star Ring, almost all the old players knew how good the benefits of the Black Star Corps were. Han Zhao's operation in the 3 versions had given the Army a very high status among the players. After reading the recruitment information on his communicator, Vodka blew his nose and sighed. The benefits are too good. Salary, bonuses, faction specialties, internal services of the Army, a large number of mission resources. The benefits of the Black Star Corps were much better than any of the factions that the players of the Constellation Corridor had experienced so far, especially the faction store, which was the most attractive. Han Xiao had accumulated a large number of low-grade blueprints and given them to the logistics department to mass-produce over the years. Now, the Army sold more than 10,000 types of machinery and equipment, which could be categorized in the store. Basically, there would always be one that suited you. There were also customization, repair, enhancement, and other value-added services. Other than that, there were also many dungeon crystals, gene potions, manufacturing materials, and other miscellaneous items, as well as various financial group products from other channels. The Army's faction store was like a trading hub. There was a dazzling array of products. Vice President, are we going to join the Black Star Corps? Let's go to their division. Vodka was very tempted, not to mention the attractive benefits of the Army. Just the fact that the Black Star Corps was an ally of the Red Empire was enough to dispel his hesitation. Vodka took the guild members to a spaceship and headed to the Army's division in outer space. They entered the dock, got off the spaceship, and followed the bionic robot receptionist to the hall. The hall was filled with a sea of people, and it was extremely crowded. At this time, almost all the players who stayed on planet Gilman ran over. There were many large guilds among them, and Vodka saw many of his old rivals. They were all familiar people who had fought in guild wars in the past. Everyone was here to join the Army, so they needed to submit their resumes and participate in the test. The main purpose was to test their combat strength. Other than the new players, almost all of them were grade C, so this recruitment threshold was nothing. Vodka squeezed all the way to the center of the hall. In front of him was a door that led to the combat test rooms. Groups of players lined up there, waiting for their turn to be tested. Vodka and the others waited for a while, and finally, it was their turn. A mission popped up on the interface. Faction Mission, Black Star Corps Test Mission Introduction. The rise of the Black Star Corps is filled with legends. It is now a super large organization in the Shattered Star Ring, an ally of the Red Empire. Now, the Black Star Corps has crossed star fields, recruited soldiers, and built a division in the Central Galaxy. You have received the opportunity to join the Army. However, the members of the Army have to go through a strict selection process. If you want to join this faction with endless potential, you have to prove your strength. Vodka and the others did not suspect anything. Another group of players walked into the combat test room with their heads held high. At the same time, somewhere in the Constellation Corridor, there was a bustling tourist planet. This was a planet with almost no traces of artificial modification. It had beautiful mountains and clear waters, blue seas and blue skies, and large patches of vegetation covering the surface. The vegetation here would emit a faint fluorescent light at night, making it look like a dream. All kinds of beautiful and gentle creatures lived on the surface of the planet. Occasionally, groups of small silver beasts could be seen floating in the air between the dense forests. They were like swimming fish that took the air as the sea. This planet is really beautiful. Han Xiao and the others passed by this planet and stopped to take a look. The spaceship floated high in the sky, and the group gave up on flying. They slowly walked in the forest at night, and all they could see was beautiful scenery. Aurora liked the smell of nature very much. It was full of vitality, and she walked to the front. Ames, Hella, and the other Black Star Guards were in the middle, looking left and right to enjoy the scenery. Han Xiao walked at the back with his hands behind his back, looking at the backs of the others with a smile on his face. After smelling too much of the smell of engine oil and metal, breathing in the fresh air now felt like it was cleansing his lungs. He could not help but feel refreshed, and he started to hum a tune. Hella slowed down and retreated to Han Zhao's side. She glanced over and said, "You seem to be in a good mood today." Han Zhao's lips curled up, and he chuckled. Today, he had finally raised his sickle to the ripe leeks in other people's fields. How could he not be happy? Chapter 802. You have joined a new faction, Black Star Corps. You have received an identity, Black Star Corps member. Black Star Corps, faction interface unlocked. Black Star Corps, merit system unlocked. Black Star Corps, faction store unlocked. In the crowded Planet Gilman Army Branch Hall, Vodka and his guild officers walked out of the combat test room with the crowd. They were all looking at the notification on the interface with joy. Looking at the unlocked faction store, the dazzling array of products made them unable to move their eyes away. Vice President, there's news from the club. They're asking about the situation. Haha, tell them there's no problem. We can let those pro players join. As expected of a growing faction that has been run by the Shattered Star Ring players for 2 to 3 versions. There's almost all the class knowledge from basic to advanced. Vodka rubbed his hands and was still in a state of excitement. At this time, a group of guild players walked toward them. The leader was the vice president of the Kangaroo Guild, Captain Old Henry. It was the official guild under the famous Australian professional club, Kangaroo Boxing. It was also Vodka's old enemy, and the two sides had fought many guild wars. Hey guys, you guys are here earlier than us. Captain Old Henry saw Vodka and the others and raised his hand to greet them. You guys are here too? Vodka stopped and started chatting with them. No discord, no concord. After playing together for 3 versions, they were familiar with each other and could be considered half-friends. When they weren't in guild wars, their relationship was pretty good. Although they were competitors, there wasn't a deep hatred between the players. You guys have already joined? Yeah, there are quite a lot of people. Take your time to line up. After chatting for a while, Captain Old Henry brought his people to take the test. Vodka's Old Henry watched them leave and touched his lips. One of the guild officers whispered, "Every guild will send people to join the army. No one will let go of this opportunity. In that case, everyone will be on the same side in the future, and there will be less competition." Humph, you're wrong. Since the Black Star Corps is going to expand, there will definitely be a large number of quest resources appearing in the short term. Even if there are a lot of resources, there will still be differences between the good and the bad. For better quests and better resource points, the various large guilds will definitely fight for them. I don't think the competition between the guilds will decrease. Instead, it will become more frequent. Vodka shook his head. Is that so? From what I see, the Chinese people in the Shattered Star Ring rarely participate in guild wars to snatch resources. Who said so? They're the same, just not as intense. After all, most of them are Chinese guilds, so they don't fight much. On the other hand, we have too many guilds from different countries, so we're natural opponents. Moreover, Our factions have been opposing each other for so long, so everyone is used to it." As he spoke, Vodka suddenly remembered something, and his spirit was lifted. "By the way, speaking of the Shattered Star Ring, we're now members of the Black Star Corps. The army is a cross-star field faction, and the main camp is over there. I wonder if we can follow the army to the Shattered Star Ring." This was a crucial question, and everyone was curious. Vodka took out his communicator and downloaded the army assistant according to the instructions. Philip's virtual projection appeared on the screen. It was about the size of a finger and looked extremely cute. It bowed obediently and said, "Welcome to the Black Star Corps. Welcome to the Black Star Army's internal assistant. I'm a subprogram of the Army Artificial Intelligence, Philip. I'm very happy to serve the brave Black Star warriors. If you're willing, you can give me a new appearance and a new name. Oh, cute." The cute projection hit his weak spot, and the vodka heart was about to melt. He was originally a strong, bearded man, but now he was smiling like a wrinkled chrysanthemum that had grown hair. He didn't look like a Russian bear fighter at all. Cough. "Vice President, mind your image." The guild officer by the side almost wanted to dig his eyes out. Vodka wiped his mouth and hurriedly asked, "I would like to ask, can we, the new members, follow the army back to the Shattered Star Ring?" It's like this. Following the highest order of the army commander, the people recruited here will usually stay behind to help the army expand. However, if you want to go to the army's main camp, according to the army's itinerary, we will borrow the Stargate channel of the Red Empire from time to time to transport resources from the main camp to the Constellation Corridor branch. If you really want to go to the Shattered Star Ring, you can submit an application and follow the transport team back. Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Indeed, they could really cross star fields. Vodka suppressed his excitement and asked, "Then, will the army be returning to the Shattered Star Ring soon?" "Yes, Philip counted with his fingers and said in a crisp voice, "The Legion commander will be here for a period of time before he departs. It will probably take a month or two. When the time comes, you can follow the Legion commander back, Vodka's eyes sparkled. He nodded and looked back at everyone. "We need to talk to the president and the club." The first batch of players who happened to stay on planet Gilman joined the army one after another and shared all kinds of news about the army on the forums. The players of the various star fields were all paying attention to the Constellation Corridor forum. Most of them knew that the Constellation Corridor players could choose to cross star fields and were very envious. Those Constellation Corridor players who were still on their way to planet Gilman could not help but discuss this topic on the forums, debating whether to stay or leave. A large portion of them hesitated. "We've played in the Constellation Corridor for a few versions and are very familiar with this place. If we go to the Shattered Star Ring now, won't all our efforts be wasted? Staying here will still be doing the army's mission. There's no need to go to the Shattered Star Ring and start all over again." That's right. The main reason we joined the army is for their benefits. Why go to the Shattered Star Ring? There are millions of players there, and most of them are Chinese. They've been operating there for a few versions, and we have no advantage over them. We still have to compete with them over there. That's right. We haven't even finished exploring the Constellation Corridor. Why go to another star field? This is the central galaxy, the most prosperous place in the universe. If we don't develop here and go to a remote star field, won't we be wasting our time? The time and effort invested in the 3 versions were sunk costs. Many players were reluctant to give up the fruits of their labor. If they could go and return at any time, they would not hesitate. However, they could only follow the army to cross star fields. Who knew how often the army would send out a transport team? Furthermore, they did not know if they would be allowed to return. If they were not satisfied in the Shattered Star Ring, who knew how long it would take for them to return? Of course, there were always opposing voices, but there were also players who agreed to go to the Shattered Star Ring. With a first batch of players to cross star fields, why should we give up such a good opportunity? The others don't even have a way to cross star fields. Go and play with our Chinese comrades in Shattered Star Ring. Don't forget that the Flickering World mission is at the top of the Army's mission list. It's obviously a new main storyline. Furthermore, the mission introduction states that the development of the Flickering World is the Red Empire's operation, and the Black Star Corps is only one of the participants. This main storyline is more like the dynasty's own storyline. Therefore, by joining the army to explore the flickering world, we're actually working for the Red Empire. That's right. Maybe helping the dynasty explore a new star field is one of the main storylines of the Constellation Corridor. The Black Star Corps might be recruiting us to bring us over and let us participate in the mission. In the past 10 years, the Red Empire's plans for the flickering world were known to everyone. The players in the territory of the Red Empire naturally knew about it. Although they did not know the importance of the flickering world in the future, they were very interested in it. After the Tyrant's Party, Han Shao had kept the flickering world main storyline mission at the top of the army's list. After such a long time, the effect was obvious. It was just right to attract the Constellation Corridor players to explore the flickering world with him. It was also convenient for him to transplant the wild leeks into the greenhouse at home. Of course, it was impossible for him to recruit all the players in the Constellation Corridor at once. Meeting the ruler would only take a few days, but Han Technician had planned to stay in the Constellation Corridor for 2 to 3 months before he left. His goal was to give the players there enough time to make up their minds. From his standpoint, the more players who were willing to explore the flickering world with him, the better. The debate on the forums was getting more and more intense. A few days later, more and more players rushed to Planet Gilman to join the army, and more people gathered. Very soon, the number of players on Planet Gilman exceeded 2 million, and the number was increasing every day. Almost all the large guilds had a base on Planet Gilman. Very soon, the club guilds in Russia, Australia, and various small countries began to discuss this issue. In the base of the Power and Glory Guild, the presidents and vice presidents of the 6 large Russian guilds gathered. These 6 guilds were the largest guilds in Russia, and they all had club backgrounds behind them. They were basically the representatives of the Russian professional circle and were the leaders in the hearts of many Russian players. They would occasionally fight guild wars with each other, but they would also discuss countermeasures together when something big happened. Everyone, has your club made up your mind? Have you decided to stay or leave? The president of the Power and Glory Guild asked. The people above said that the team members will not be going. Instead, they want us to transfer some of our guild members to the Shattered Star Ring and try to open a branch there. Same for us. The club members feel that the opportunity to cross star fields is rare and cannot give it up. There might be additional benefits in the future. Everyone replied. The president of the Power and Glory Guild looked around and said, "It seems like the plans of all the large guilds are similar. We're going to let the vice president bring some people to cross star fields and explore the path for us." Vodka walked out from the crowd and nodded at everyone. He was the candidate sent by the club to the Shattered Star Ring to manage the branch. I wonder what Australia will do. Probably the same as us. So, we still have to compete with them when we go to the Shattered Star Ring? Then we have to call some normal players over, or we'll be at a disadvantage. Because these 6 guilds were the authoritative representatives of the professional circle, they had a certain amount of appeal to the normal Russian players. If they raised their arms and set an example for the players, they would be able to attract a lot of people to follow them. It's not just the Australian guilds. That's the territory of China. Let's communicate with the Chinese clubs first. They've been operating there for 3 versions. After all, they're the owners. It's better to inform them before going over. At the same time, the guilds in Australia also gathered together. The situation was similar to that in Russia, and they all came up with the same plan. The Russian and Australian clubs quickly contacted the leading clubs in China. They were all in the same profession and had each other's contact information. The various large guilds in China held a meeting. Jade Green Sky has entered the chat room. Morning Snow Twilight Frost has entered the chat room. Jupiter has entered the chat room. The presidents of Temple of God, Long Sky, Dynasty, and Fried Eggplants with Fish, as well as Thunderstorm, Fanatics, Rivervale, and some other famous official club guilds all entered the chat room. Sky Territory's president, Jade Green Sky, said the Russians and the Australian club guilds want to come over. What are they doing? Drizzle River's president, Green Mountain Rain, said, "I can't help it. The Shattered Star Ring is our chosen home ground, and we've been operating there for 3 versions. I don't know what the club people are thinking to actually agree to such a thing." Nine Doors president, 3 gets 9, said, "Take the stars, the club's fruit drops so as long as they agree." Race of God's president, Jupiter, said, "Type in Mandarin. I can't understand." Jade Green Sky said, "How old are you already? And you still call yourself a baby? Disgusting." Ancient Dynasty's president, Morning Snow Twilight Frost, sent a funny smiley face. They chatted for a while. Although they were the managers of the guilds under the club, they could not make the decision on this matter. They could only follow the wishes of the upper echelons of the club. The upper echelons told the guilds to prepare for the possible competition, and they could only follow. They had no choice. The clubs did not want the competition to come and fight for resources. They wanted to monopolize the army's resources, but this was not their decision. The Black Star Corps' actions were the result of the storyline. The army had decided to bring people back, and they could only accept the fact. However, these guilds did not panic. The Shattered Star Ring was their base, and they had a huge advantage. The players from the Constellation Corridor would not be able to compete with them. If these foreign club guilds did not cause any trouble, it would be fine. However, if they wanted to compete with the Chinese clubs for benefits, in order to ensure the resources of their own pro players, these famous clubs did not mind mobilizing their guild members to start a national war with the Chinese players and let these foreign guilds know who the real master of the Shattered Star Ring was. Just as this topic was slowly fermenting, causing the players of the Constellation Corridor and the Shattered Star Ring to discuss it, Han Xiao and the others, who had been traveling slowly, finally arrived at Planet Gilman. For the first time, they had descended in front of the players of another star field. Remember the mobile version of the website, M809 Attraction and Choice, the position of the guilds, page 1/1, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 803. Han Xiao did not come quietly, but with great fanfare. The army branch sent out a notice to all the members to welcome the arrival of the army commander. Many of the new players came over to watch. They had heard of the name of Black Star and the Shattered Star Ring, but had never seen this big boss in person. On Planet Gilman and the army branch, countless players looked out the window and saw a spaceship flying out of the blue Stargate not far away. It slowly approached the branch and became clearer. Whoosh! The spaceship entrances of the spaceship port were densely packed, like a beehive. The spaceship entered one of the entrances, entered the electromagnetic track, and entered the spacious dock. The dock and port of the branch were already filled with players. Countless people turned on the video and screenshot function and uploaded it to the forums. The hatch slid open, and Han Xiao, who was wearing a black robe and surrounded by hovering guards, walked out. He glanced at everyone, smiled, and connected to the quantum network. The next moment, Han Xiao's face appeared on the communicators of countless people present, and the same voice sounded. "I'm Black Star. Welcome to the army." The voices of all the communicators were synchronized and overlapped into the same voice. There was an inexplicable sense of majesty. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen a high-level mechanic hack into so many communicators at once. Furthermore, it looked like he had done it casually. Everyone felt that such an ability made him look like an expert. It was quite ostentatious. They were not like the old players in the Shattered Star Ring who had accompanied Han Xiao for 3 versions. They had only met Calamity grades before, and this was the first time they had come into close contact with a legendary beyond grade A in the galaxy. After hearing so many rumors about Han Xiao on the forums, the Constellation Corridor players had all kinds of opinions about Han Xiao. The first impression that Han Xiao gave them was that he was unfathomable. Vodka mixed in the crowd and used the players' detect ability on Han Xiao. The actions of the players around him were surprisingly the same as his. Based on your level, you can only receive the following information. Han Xiao, Black Star Corps Captain, green name, level. Attributes: Abilities? Danger level. Extremely lethal. As expected of a bunch of question marks, Vodka muttered softly. Ames followed closely behind, standing shoulder to shoulder with Han Xiao. Hela and the others also disembarked one after another, surrounding and guarding Han Xiao. Glancing around at the sea of people, Ames tilted her head and glanced at Han Xiao with a faint smile. Congratulations, your army has expanded again. It doesn't sound like you're being sincere, Han Xiao joked. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred. Pa! A strong light suddenly shone in the crowd, blinding everyone's vision. Rumble. Dozens of figures jumped out from the crowd and launched attacks at Han Xiao and his group. All kinds of cannonballs, spells, and abilities were thrown at Han Xiao as if they were free. Hela's face was expressionless. She took a step forward and pointed with her finger. Dark red energy beams shot out one after another, piercing through every single one of the attackers' bodies and taking away their lives, easily killing them in an instant. The next moment, these attackers turned into white light and disappeared. They were a group of players. Seeing this, Han Zhao's mouth twitched, but he did not find it strange. Although a large number of players were working for the army, he had never forgotten the chaotic nature of the players. There would always be a small group of people who would take risks or cause trouble for fun. This was the first time they had met a big boss, and dozens of especially chaotic and amusing players had attacked him without caring about the consequences. They probably had the mentality of fighting the boss. If this was in the Shattered Star Ring, the Chinese players who had known him for 3 versions would not do such a thing. However, the army did not have a foundation in the Constellation Corridor. Furthermore, the players here were foreigners who liked to try all kinds of possibilities. The players were shocked, and they looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. There were actually people who attacked the Beyond Grade A boss Black Star. They were a bunch of gamblers who wanted to cause trouble even though they knew there was no chance of success. The players present had just joined the army, so they did not have any intention of fighting the same enemy. Most of them were just here to watch the show. Just looking at the character detection information did not give them much of a feeling, but the officers around Black Star had casually killed dozens of Grade B players. The strength they displayed made the hearts of many players tremble. Some of the players who had ulterior motives but had not made up their minds to take action secretly dismissed their thoughts. What a joke. This boss was stronger than any NPC they had ever seen. The efficiency of them going up to kill him was probably not much different from killing him in the storyline. Among the players who had joined the Constellation Corridor, there were bound to be some ticking time bombs. Han Xiao was not surprised by this. He gave an order to Philip in his mind, and Philip immediately issued a bounty for the attackers through the Army's assistant program. The Army's branches were all under Philip's surveillance, so it was not difficult to determine the identity of the attackers. Ding ding. Everyone's communicators immediately rang. Seeing the bounty, they were all shocked. Those people just now are wanted. It seems like there's a reward for killing them every time. I seem to know a few of them. I even added them as friends. Oh my, there's even tracking coordinates on the communicator. Did they revive on Planet Gilman? Most of the players were gloating. Many who were ready to take action all stopped after seeing the consequences of attacking the officers of the army. Being wanted by the army meant that these attackers would become red-named players in the eyes of the army members. They would be hunted down by countless players, and in the future, they would most likely be tortured by other players. Han Xiao was already quite familiar with this process. Instead of being shocked, the attackers made him happy. Was this not a good partner who took the initiative to help him establish his dominance? What kind of spirit was this? This was the spirit of internationalism, the spirit of setting an example and sacrificing oneself for others. It was a good opportunity to let the players of the Constellation Corridor know the consequences of acting recklessly and let them see the price they had to pay for causing trouble. It reminded the players of the Constellation Corridor that doing bad things had costs. This small episode did not cause much of a commotion. Looking around at the foreign players around him, Han Xiao did not plan to stop to give a speech. He led the group through the crowd. The players all opened up a path and watched as Han Xiao left. They discussed among themselves and gradually dispersed. On the way, Han Xiao pondered. The Constellation Corridor players naturally have no sense of belonging to the army. Temptation is the main reason. In the future, I'll get people to slowly spread the history of the army to them and increase their sense of identity. He did not plan to personally cultivate relationships with this group of people like he did with the players of the Shattered Star Ring. There were a few main reasons. First, the Black Star Corps had been operating according to his plan for many years. The faction attraction formed by the foundation, reputation, and so on was already the main tool used to attract players. The faction interface could basically satisfy all the needs of the players. As long as they spent money in the faction store, they would be able to provide him with income. He did not need to do anything personally. Second, too many players wanted to farm his favorability in an attempt to trigger missions or learn skills. Thus, they came over to chat and give him gifts. Han Xiao did not want to receive gifts 24 hours a day. Third, due to his identity as the army commander, he could not be easily contacted by everyone. The hierarchy of the army still had to be maintained. Thus, Han Xiao had long set a rule. Only members who had accumulated a certain amount of contribution points in the army could apply to meet the army commander or the senior officers of the army. To the players, this was an opportunity to be taught skills by characters. Han Xiao was using this to stimulate the enthusiasm of the players to farm contribution points for the army and give them a chance to farm the favorability of the officers. Only when the favorability was high enough would they be able to learn the special skills of characters. This was to package the favorability of himself and the officers as a rare commodity that was worth hoarding. This would increase his value and make the players put in more effort. Having been harvesting leaks for more than 10 years, Han Xiao was already very familiar with this method. Now, most of the Constellation Corridor players are considering whether to leave or stay. I'll stay here for more than a month before going back. I'll wait for the Red Empire to prepare the troops to explore the flickering world. He originally thought that the Constellation Corridor players attacking him was just a small matter, but he did not expect it to cause an unexpected impact on the forums and make the Chinese players in the Shattered Star Ring unhappy. After 3 versions, the Chinese players had the deepest feelings for the Black Star Corps and saw it as their main faction. As the army commander, Han Xiao was the publicly acknowledged leader of the faction. However, now that the army commander had gone to another star field to recruit people, he was attacked by the players of that star field. This made people feel that their good intentions were being treated as ill intentions. Although it was impossible for this to cause any danger to the army commander, many Chinese players felt that this was too much. It was as if their beloved item was being treated crudely by someone else, and this ignited a common hatred. The atmosphere on the forums instantly changed, and many people on both sides started arguing. However, this did not affect Han Xiao's plan. As usual, he led the group to stay in the planet Gilman division and waited for the players to gather there. Of course, he did not just wait. While waiting for the players to gather, he spent a lot of time in the machinery workshop, expanding his mech legion and developing new high-level machinery blueprints. After settling down for 2 days, Han Xiao contacted the people of the Red Empire and applied for an ultimate knowledge. This time, the Red Empire did not reject him. After spending 6,000 faction contribution points, he finally obtained the first ultimate knowledge that he had always wanted. Energy Branch, Mechanical Life, Tinder. This was the prerequisite knowledge to activate the core ability of the Emperor Mechanic class, King's Mentor. The class knowledges of the Mechanic class were split into 5 levels: Basic, Advanced, High-End, Peak, and the final ultimate knowledges. As the highest level of class knowledges, every single ultimate knowledges could bring about a complete transformation in a certain aspect of mechanic skills. For example, this knowledge could give a mechanic the ability to turn machinery into mechanical life forms. It was almost equivalent to the creation of mechanical life forms, turning a machine from a lifeless, inanimate object into a real living unit. To put in perspective, the interface would no longer be an item introduction, but character information. Just like NPC characters, they would have levels, attributes, and skills. They could also be continuously leveled up and possess a complete growth ability. They could even grow into an elite model or a boss model. Of course, good things were never cheap. Not to mention the difficulty of obtaining ultimate knowledge. Just the potential points required to learn ultimate knowledge was extremely expensive. Originally, the cost of mechanic class knowledge increased progressively. 1 point for basic knowledge, 2 for advanced knowledge, 3 for high-end knowledge, and 4 for peak knowledge. However, the cost of ultimate knowledge doubled, requiring 8 potential points. Furthermore, this was only the cost of the branch knowledge after the class advancement. If one were to learn other branches of knowledge, just like peak knowledge, the cost would be 3 times the original cost, which was 24 potential points. Han Xiao was a virtual mechanic, and Mechanical Life Tinder was the ultimate knowledge of the energy branch, which required 24 potential points to level up. It was extremely difficult for normal players to obtain 24 potential points. Other than leveling up, the main way for mechanic players to obtain potential points was to level up their blueprint skills to the max level. However, this required a huge amount of experience. Therefore, for mechanic players in the later stages, doing missions to obtain potential points was to level up their skills. Even if they were a level up in the version, they still had to earn experience. Generally speaking, only elite players and pro players would have such a high demand. However, pro players at clubs to help them level up their accounts, so they would not be too greedy. If it were normal casual players, they would have to make a choice. Most mechanic players would only learn the ultimate knowledge of their own class. However, Han Technician's situation was completely different. The high cost of potential points for other branches of ultimate knowledge was enough to make players despair, but it was not like he could not afford it. If he did not have enough experience, he could make up for it with leaks. Due to the punishment of the evolution cube, Han Xiao had not leveled up during this period. The experience that he had accumulated was now put to good use. He opened the interface, selected a few blueprint skills, and leveled them all up to the max level. On the interface, the potential points kept changing, increasing bit by bit, and finally reached 24 potential points. As the total level of the character increased, the cost of leveling up some low-level skills would also increase. Players could choose to suppress their level and level up slowly to reduce the cost of leveling up. However, there were a few problems with this. Firstly, there were too many blueprints, and as the character's level increased, the low-level blueprints would gradually be eliminated. Secondly, if they suppressed their level, they would only be able to do missions that corresponded to their level. The speed of earning experience would naturally not be as fast as high-level characters, and it would be difficult for them to catch up. Therefore, suppressing one's level had its pros and cons. Usually, only those who leveled up their smurfs, such as Han Technician, would choose to suppress their level to earn more potential points. From the start, Han Xiao was destined to not take the path of suppressing his level. 22, 23, 24 potential points. Seeing that he had enough potential points, Han Xiao immediately invested all of them to learn the ultimate knowledge. His potential points were reset to 0. Learning successfully learned. You have learned Mechanical Life Tinder. Prerequisite requirements have been met. Your ability, King's Mentor, has been activated. You have received the talent Ultimate Knowledge Possessor. Ultimate Knowledge Possessor, plus 15% attributes of the mechanical creations you create, plus 150% machinery affinity. You have mastered the mechanic class Ultimate Knowledge, and you have a deeper understanding of the path of machinery. You're now a master mechanic. You have received the talent Mechanical Life Creator. Mechanical Life Creator. The mechanical life created by you will see you as their creator. Their faith and loyalty to you exist at the bottom of their logic. When receiving your mechanical force bonuses, they will receive the Encourage effect, plus 10% basic attributes. You have learned the ability Tinder Awakening. Tinder Awakening. This ability can turn mechanical creations into mechanical life, igniting the tinder of thought of mechanical life. Requirements. can only be used on mechanical targets that have received the buffs of King's Mentor and Machinery Fusion, Give. Can be cast in groups. No cooldown. Consumption: 50% health, 50% energy, 80% stamina. Because of Tinder Awakening, your Emperor's Gift has received a new effect. Changes. When you use Emperor's Gift on mechanical life, there is a chance that the target's template will be upgraded, receiving higher growth potential. For example, it will be upgraded from a normal template to an elite template. Note, the higher the target's template, the lower the chance of triggering. To bid farewell to the old and welcome the new, Happy New Year's Eve. Chapter 804. Every ultimate knowledge was related to the domain of God, and the prerequisite to learning it was extremely high intelligence. Han Xiao chose the energy branch, mechanical life tinder, not only to activate King's Mentor, but also because this ultimate knowledge had a wider range of applications. Compared to the virtual technology ultimate knowledge that specialized in civil wars, mechanical life tinder was more useful to him at the moment. As the complicated knowledge flowed into his mind, images flashed before Han Zhao's eyes. On the barren black land, a figure planted a lump of metal. After the world changed, bright mechanical cities rose from the ground, and metal quickly spread on the surface, replacing the soil. Countless blue creatures in exquisite clothing knelt on the ground, and their consciousness entered the mechanical constructs in the cultivation cabins through the tubes, abandoning their physical bodies. Countless abandoned parts were scattered in the darkness like an abyss. One day, a golden bolt of lightning descended from the sky and shot straight into the rift, spreading out a golden energy wave. The abandoned mechanical parts seemed to be gathered by an invisible force, turning into crude mechanical life forms. These are the origins of mechanical life forms. All kinds of illusions flashed past, and Han Zhao's eyes moved slightly. Machines were just tools that countless races learned to use and create during the development of their civilizations. There were many races in the galaxy, but pure mechanical life forms that evolved from nature almost did not exist. Most of them were created by humans. Some races created mechanical soldiers for war, giving birth to mechanical life forms. Some races abandoned their fragile physical bodies and turned into mechanical life forms to survive disasters. Some races lacked the ability to move in the real world, so they created mechanical life forms as slaves, and so on. Beyond grade A mechanics were the main creators of mechanical life forms. After learning the knowledge, Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief, calming his brain down. He looked at the new abilities on the interface. There were two talents. Ultimate Knowledge Holder was the ability that came with the first ultimate knowledge, and Mechanical Life Creator was the talent that came with Mechanical Life Tinder. Han Xiao looked at the new ability, Tinder Awakening. This was the highlight. With a thought, the hovering guards behind his head buzzed at the same time and flew in front of him. They assembled in a dazzling manner and turned into a humanoid mechanical soldier. Smooth silver alloy armor, streamlined body, and the cannons that originally belonged to the hovering cannons were embedded in the palms, knees, shoulders, head, and ribs. The gaps of the armor were filled with psionic blue light, and it gave off a strong technological vibe. This was one of the elite mechanical soldiers that Han Xiao had mastered, called the Hovering Fissioner. It could act as his hovering guards, and could also be combined into a mechanical soldier. High-grade machinery, orange equipment. This hovering fissioner was controlled by Spartan, and it stood quietly in front of him, not moving at all. Let's try it, Buzz. Han Xiao raised his hand, clenched his fist, and activated King's Mentor. A ball of blue gold, lightning mechanical force was formed in his palm. It was as dense as a thundercloud, crackling loudly. The next moment, this ball of mechanical force hit the hovering fissioner and turned into arcs of electricity that slithered on the surface of the mechanical soldier. Then, it drilled into the gaps of the armor and merged into the energy furnace of the mechanical soldier. He did not stop there. and another ball of mechanical force appeared in his palm. He injected it into the hovering Fissioner and used machinery fusion, bestowal on it. After doing these two things, Han Xiao activated Tinder Awakening. His eyes glowed with a golden light, and a ball of dazzling golden mechanical force appeared in his palm. Although Tinder Awakening did not have a cooldown, there was a restriction to its usage. Only a mechanical target that had been modified by King's Mentor and Machinery Fusion Gift could use Tinder Awakening, and these two skills had a cooldown. These three abilities, together with Emperor's Gift, formed a complete set of abilities to upgrade mechanical life forms. Han Xiao raised his palm, and the dazzling golden mechanical force flowed into the hovering Fissioner. Han Xiao's health, stamina, and energy were greatly depleted, and his status instantly dropped below half. 50% of his health and stamina were depleted in an instant, and he instantly lost half of his health. The feeling of weakness was like an electric current running through his body, and his legs felt like they had been emptied. This move is a little tiring. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Ever since he became a Beyond Grade A Super, this should be the first time he lost so much health in one go. Exhaling, Han Xiao allowed his body to slowly recover while he stared at the hovering Fissioner in front of him. Ding! All of a sudden, the energy of the hovering Fissioner shone brightly. The next second, the mechanical components all over its body moved on their own, and the plates on its body opened and closed like scales. Clank! Han Xiao could sense that the hovering Fissioner was undergoing a transformation on a microscopic level. Countless nano-sized silicon-based nerve fibers grew crazily along the mechanical structure in the body. With a sizzling sound, the components of the whole body gradually merged into an organic whole. The electric sparks of thinking ignited in the chip circuit, colliding with each other to build a special thinking organ, forming the underlying logic. Energy flowed endlessly, providing fuel support for this transformation. Bang! Something seemed to have awakened in the hovering Fissioner's body, igniting the spark of life. This state lasted for quite a while before the energy of the hovering Fissioner returned to normal. Han Xiao sized it up and said, "Sparta, give me the test report." Test complete. A new consciousness has been born in this unit. It's very young and is trying to communicate with me. I've temporarily closed its network interface. What should I do now? Please give the order, Master. Sparta appeared in the quantum network and spoke with a solemn tone, completely unlike Philip's liveliness. Build a data firewall for its thoughts first, check its underlying logic, and see if there are any instructions that can't be betrayed. Then, open its network interface and select some information for it to download. Han Xiao gave a series of instructions before giving the hovering Fissioner a slap, dealing damage and triggering a combat notification. The attributes of the hovering Fissioner were displayed on the interface. It was no longer an equipment introduction, but a character's attributes panel. Its race was displayed as mechanical life entity, and it had a character level, a full level 185. It could level up like a character. Its mechanical attributes became health points, its various attributes became strength, dexterity, and other attributes, and its various weapons and components became talents and skills. It had the ability to grow on its own. It became a life unit. Han Xiao was invigorated, and he said, "Sparta, give it control and let it control its own body." Sparta nodded and temporarily stopped controlling the hovering Fissioner. The hovering Fissioner trembled, and its originally tense body seemed to relax. It turned its head with a series of clicks, as if it was adapting to the vision provided by the sensor. Then, it raised its hand and touched its face, producing a rustling sound. The feeling that it gave off was completely different. When the combat artificial intelligence controlled the mechanical soldiers, although the mechanical soldiers' movements were not stiff, they would not have any unnecessary movements. They were dead objects that followed orders. However, when the control authority was returned to the hovering Fissioner, which had awakened the Tinder, its movements were immediately filled with vitality. It became a life form that could think, question, and move randomly. Philip and Sparta were products of the virtual technology level and belonged to artificial intelligence life forms. They were fundamentally different from these mechanical life forms in the physical sense. The independent thoughts of mechanical life forms were equivalent to their freedom and soul. They had emotions and feelings. However, their thoughts were produced from the circuits of the chip and were not souls in the conventional sense. Thus, they were immune to normal psychic and psychic attacks. To mechanical life forms, the virtual mechanics attacks were the real psychic attacks. They could invade the consciousness of mechanical life forms and rewrite their underlying logic. Han Xiao had preset the command logic of the hovering fissioner, and the AI's control authority was one level higher. It was equivalent to the highest military order that could not be violated. This was quite similar to the insectoids, or should it be called the mechanical insectoids? The hovering fissioner observed its surroundings and turned to look at Han Xiao. It used its voice system to ask a question, using the preset galactic lingua franca. Master, Han Xiao nodded and walked around it, observing it from head to toe. The hovering fissioner stood where it was and did not move. Its head turned 360 degrees, and its eyes followed Han Xiao the entire time. It was filled with the confusion of a newborn. Why is it a little scary? Han Xiao smacked his lips and said, "Do you have anything you want to ask?" "Want? Ask." The hovering fissioner paused for a moment. It seemed to be thinking quickly. After thinking for a while, it asked, "Who am I? Where am I? What I need to do?" Great, the ultimate 3 questions. Han Xiao found it funny. He shook his head and said, "Sparta, turn on the network interface and inject information into it." The next moment, the hovering fissioner stopped moving. Countless information about the galaxy, life, and combat flowed into its mind, and it quickly digested it. It instantly skipped the ignorant stage of a newborn. It was silent for a while before suddenly kneeling on one knee toward Han Xiao and changing the way it addressed him. "Your Excellency Black Star, my creator." Its voice system simulated a respectful tone. Han Xiao raised his brows, thought for a while, and asked, "Do you know who you are now?" "I'm your descendant." It gave itself a name. "My name is Psionic Prime." "Psionic Prime? Why don't you call yourself Elder Netherspring?" Han Xiaoxin complained in his mind before saying with a deep voice, "You're the first generation of mechanical life that I created. Let me see your combat strength." Ka. Psionic Prime moved and tested all kinds of weapons. It disintegrated into individual hovering guards time and time again, flying around like butterflies before merging back together again and again. Its combat style was extremely agile and dazzling. Mechanical life forms had a high degree of control over their bodies and could learn skills on their own, which were fixed in their character interface. Han Zhao's mechanical force bonuses were also effective. Without the need for AI control, Psionic Prime could unleash extremely strong combat strength on its own. It was even stronger than before the Tinder was awakened. "Come back." After testing for a while, Han Xiao said, and Psionic Prime took the initiative to disintegrate into hovering guards, circling around him obediently. The effect is not bad. Han Xiao was satisfied and started calculating. Only by using a set of skills, such as Tinder Awakening and King's Mentor, could he create mechanical life forms with the ability to grow on their own. The efficiency was limited, and it was mainly used to nurture soldiers so that they could slowly grow into elite units and mini-boss units. As for most of the mechanical soldiers and cannon fodder, Han Xiao did not plan to turn them into mechanical life forms for the time being. Firstly, due to the efficiency limitation, he wanted to awaken the high-level mechanical army first. Secondly, the death rate of cannon fodder was too high, and the long-term effect would not be as good as high-level machinery. After turning into mechanical life forms, I can even develop my own mechanical civilization. There are some mechanical civilizations under the Mecha Empire, and all of them are my vassal countries, Han Xiao pondered. Letting mechanical life forms develop their own civilization was also a path that could be followed. Nurturing a mechanical civilization that would listen to his orders all of which would automatically operate, reproduce, and incubate the next generation, providing an endless source of soldiers. The only problem was that it would take a lot of time. However, it had a long lifespan and strong stamina. The version update also had a very long time span, so it was not a big problem. Or maybe I can snatch other people's ready-made mechanical civilization? Han Xiao dismissed this thought immediately. He thought about it and felt that it was better not to make enemies everywhere. It was impossible for him to be reckless. The Great Mechanic Han was more like a steady roly-poly toy. After successfully obtaining the ultimate knowledge, Han Xiaoxin was very satisfied. He walked out of the workshop and saw a few people immediately. Hela, Fu Ding, Hardaway, and the rest of the Black Star Guards were all waiting at the door. "What are you guys doing here?" Han Xiao looked around and fixed his gaze on Hardaway. This guy was standing in front of everyone with a mysterious smile on his face. Hardaway took out a stack of Wayne cards and showed the topmost card to Han Xiao. "Look, your card has been updated again." Han Xiao took a closer look. This was his own strong card, Black Star Han Xiao. The information had finally been updated to Beyond Grade and Red Empire Ally. The description also included his battle with Heber and Cisco, greatly increasing the card's effect. Isn't this something that will happen sooner or later? You guys didn't come here just to show me this, did you? Han Xiao was speechless. With his status, how could the Wayne card manufacturer not update his card? If he dared not update it, his head would explode. Hardaway chuckled and rubbed his fingers together skillfully. With a schwa sound, the cards in his hand spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. Han Xiao took a look and raised his brows. These cards were Hela, Fu Ding, and the others. The standard was Black Star Corps Guards. Just like the vanguard officials of Bloodshed Land, they now had their own cards. When the Black Star Corps Guard were formed, one of the goals was to make Hela and the others famous. Now that this goal had been achieved, the identity of the Black Star Corps Guards had become their label. The group had specially come to share this good news with Han Xiao. Han Xiao smiled and patted Fu Ding's shoulder, causing Qin Xing to roll her eyes. "That's not bad. Congratulations, you guys now have a place in the universe." This time, Aurora said, "Uncle, there's one more thing. A special person wants to see you." "Who? Someone from the dynasty?" "No. That person claims to be the Lord of Sodrian. His name is Troy." "The Lord of Sodrian?" Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Sodrian was a novice planet for the Constellation Corridor players in version 1.0. Because the Lord was involved in politics, it was suppressed by the star system civilization as a rebellion. The Lord fled with his fleet and hid everywhere. Why did this guy come to find me? Han Xiao was curious. Troy was the only one in the meeting room, and he seemed to have a lot on his mind. This person was a humanoid male. His yellow hair was tied into an exotic braid. His ears were pointed, and his nose was a pair of small holes in the middle of his face. His appearance wasn't bad, but he was a little older. He was tall, had hands and feet, but no tail. He had a pair of wide wings on his back and was covered in yellow feathers. He had certain feathered genes. I wonder if Black Star will agree to help me. Troy's eyes flickered. He had fled with his fleet and was constantly being chased by the star system civilization. The situation was not looking good. If this continued, he would be captured by the star system civilization sooner or later. Because it involved some political secrets and the secret operations of his political enemies, Troy knew that if he was captured, his fate would be worse than death. Just as he was extremely anxious about the future, he received news that the Black Star Army had opened a branch on planet Gilman and was wantonly recruiting people. His thoughts immediately became active, and he felt that Black Star might be able to help him. As long as he could rely on the Black Star Corps, follow the Black Star Corps fleet, borrow the Stargate of the Red Empire, leave the Central Galaxy, and escape to the Shattered Star Ring, he would be safe. Troy originally wanted to hide his identity and join the army, secretly sneaking out of the Central Galaxy. However, after thinking about it, he felt that the risk of being seen through by Beyond Grade, a super, was too high, and it would be difficult to hide from them. When the time came, he would even lose this escape route. Thus, he might as well take the initiative to meet Black Star, explain the situation clearly, and openly state his request, trying to convince Black Star to help them escape. The way he saw it, only by leaving the Central Galaxy would he have a chance to make a comeback and take revenge on his political enemies. Thinking about how his political enemies had destroyed his years of hard work, Troy's expression became even more gloomy and resentful. He had become a traitor, and there was no way he could return to the civilization. Now that the situation was stronger than him, he could only escape. If he grasped the opportunity one day, he would not hesitate to destroy everything of his political enemies and take revenge on the civilization that had been chasing him. Swoosh! The sound of the door opening interrupted Troy's thoughts. He hurriedly stood up and respectfully looked at Han Xiao, who walked in. "Your Excellency Black Star." Troy hurriedly bowed respectfully and introduced himself, pretending to be terrified. "I've heard of your deeds. It's said that you're a traitor now. Why are you looking for me?" Han Xiao asked. "It's like this." Troy took a deep breath and used the sincere tone that he had practiced hundreds of times to tell Han Xiao the story that he had prepared long ago. The gist of it was that he was framed by his political enemies and caused a misunderstanding with the civilization. In order to protect himself, he could only resist and escape, which forced him to become a traitor. Now, he wanted to join the Black Star Corps and was willing to work for the army in exchange for a chance to escape to the Shattered Star Ring. "Is that so?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and sized Troy up. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes gradually became strange. "On the first day of Chinese New Year, I went to visit relatives. It wasn't easy for me to use the red packet cart to overturn the naughty brat and snatch back my computer to write. The word count for the past few days is still okay." Chapter 805. Looking at Troy's fearful and respectful expression, Han Xiao laughed and asked, "So you're saying that you're innocent? You were set up to end up like this?" Troy swallowed his saliva and said, "I was set up by my political enemies, and many of the crimes were put on me by them." Han Xiao let out a long, "Oh," and did not comment. He said, "You want to join me now, take refuge under me, and ask me to protect you?" "I don't dare ask for your protection," Troy said carefully. "I only ask that you allow me to leave the Central Galaxy through the Stargate with the Black Star Corps fleet. I'm now wanted by a star system civilization, and I can't use the Stargate without anyone's help." Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. "All the civilizations in the Constellation Corridor are controlled by the Dynasty. Don't you know that I'm an ally of the Dynasty? You're now wanted by a vassal civilization of the Dynasty, and you came to find me. It's already good enough that I don't arrest you on the spot. You want me to take the risk and bring you to the Shattered Star Ring? You're just casually asking me to help you for free. Do I look like a philanthropist to you?" No, you're mistaken." Troy waved his hands. "Although I want to take refuge here, I sincerely want to join the Black Star Corps. Your rise in the Shattered Star Ring has spread throughout the universe, and I've admired you for a long time. If you don't mind, I'm willing to work for you in the future." "Oh." Han Xiao rested his elbows on the table and crossed his palms. He stared straight at Troy and said slowly, "Do you think I'll believe you when you say you're innocent? Your ambition failed, and you're now wanted by the civilization. So you want me to be your backer and pay the price for your failure. Is there such a good thing in the world?" In truth, this guy was not innocent at all. During the years he ruled Sodrian, he had secretly planned many schemes to gain more power. After his schemes were exposed, he was suppressed by the civilization. Although there were some exaggerations from his political enemies, he was not innocent either. Neither side was a good person. There is nothing wrong with Troy's description of the incident, but he had changed his explanation and deliberately concealed some of his own factors, not telling the whole truth. He wanted to shift the blame and reduce the severity of his crimes, portraying himself as someone who had no choice. He wanted to lower Han Zhao's wariness. However, this method was useless against Han Xiao. Sodrian was the earliest novice planet in the Constellation Corridor, and Han Xiao knew everything that happened behind the scenes. Troy could not hide it all. Furthermore, Han Xiao checked the forums and browsed through the posts recorded by the Constellation Corridor players. There was a hidden mission recorded in it. When Troy was escaping, he arranged for people to plant high-energy explosives in the government building of Soderen's capital city. The explosives were enough to flatten dozens of streets, and he did not care about the casualties of the workers and civilians. It was very vicious. However, this triggered the hidden mission of the players, and the trap was destroyed by the players. Troy's backup plan did not succeed, but it also proved that this guy was not a good person. He was vengeful and unscrupulous. Under Han Zhao's gaze, Troy's face froze, and he panicked. If it was not for the fact that he was desperate, he would not have tried anything in his desperation. He gritted his teeth, threw away his pride, and suddenly knelt down at Han Zhao's feet. In the galactic culture, this action represented a great ceremony of submission. Who are you? Who dares to lie to you? I did not express myself clearly and caused you to misunderstand. I apologize to you, and I hope that you can save my life. I'm willing to serve you forever. Han Zhao secretly curled his lips. He knew what Troy was thinking. He had committed a crime and had no other way out. Coincidentally, the army was recruiting people, so he wanted to come here to seek refuge. He wanted to use his glib tongue to deceive everyone. Now that he had failed, he wanted to find someone to help him bear the consequences. There was no such thing as easy as that. If it were not for Troy's special use, Han Zhao would have already sent people to capture Troy and exchange him for the bounty. It would be a waste not to take a bag of money that was delivered to his door. Han Zhao stood up, lowered his head, and glanced at the back of Troy's head. I don't need you to serve me, and I don't need your gratitude. I can't be bothered to capture you. Just pretend that I never saw you. Now, get out of my sight, and don't let me see you again, or else, swoosh. The door slid open, and Hela walked in. She stared at Troy coldly, clearly telling him scram. Troy's face was on the ground, and his expression could not be seen clearly. After 2 seconds, he got up and patted the bottom of his clothes as if he was trying to brush away the non-existent dust. His head was lowered, and his eyes were looking at the ground at a 45-degree angle, not daring to look into Han Zhao's eyes. Under Hela's sharp gaze, he did not say a word, clenched his fists, and walked out of the room step by step. He was escorted out of the satellite division. After he left, Han Zhao's expression relaxed, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. I don't know if this idle chess piece will be of any use. Han Technician had other motives for letting Troy leave on purpose. As a main storyline NPC on one of the novice planets, Troy had a storyline on him. According to the development of his previous life, Troy had escaped death and narrowly escaped from being hunted down. Because he was wanted, he escaped into the border of the central galaxy and survived there. Later, he was absorbed into the Fallen Ark and became one of God's subordinates. He was not even considered an officer. However, because he was once a main storyline NPC on a novice planet, he was noticed by the players and recorded this information. An important NPC in the early stages became an ordinary character in the later stages and was treated as an Easter egg by the players. That was why Han Zhao remembered what happened to Troy. Therefore, before Han Zhao let Troy go, he secretly planted an eye on him. God was immune to the Observer's mark, and Troy had delivered himself to his doorstep. This gave Han Zhao an idea. If Troy joined the Fallen Ark as usual in the future, he would be able to monitor God's actions. Although he did not know if this move would work or when it would work, since it was a casual move, Han Zhao was just giving it a try. After all, he did not have any good methods to deal with God. If it worked, it would be worth it. If it did not, it would not be a loss either. 40 days passed in the blink of an eye. Han Zhao had been sitting on planet Gilman, waiting for the branch to recruit more people. During this time, he did not slack off and was expanding the Mech Legion every day. He also used his new ultimate knowledge to slowly transform mechanical lives. With Psionic Prime as the leader, the first-generation mechanical lives under his command had reached 3,000. It was not that he did not want to create a few more, but there were a few reasons. First, the cooldown of King's Mentor was a little long, measured in days. This was the prerequisite skill for using Tinder Awakening. Second, Although Tinder Awakening could be used on a group of people, the upper limit of the group of people was not many. When the skill was maxed out, it could only be used on a dozen people at most. Furthermore, he realized that the mechanical lives that received the group skill were not as high as the mechanical lives that received the single target skill. The single target and group skill consumption was the same, but if it was shared among more targets, the energy received by a single target would be less. Third, if he used it too often, his kidneys would not be able to take it. This also solidified Han Zhao's idea of developing a mechanical civilization. Just using Tinder Awakening alone would not be very efficient in creating mechanical lives. His HP and MP regeneration was fast, but his stamina would need to rest to recover. A mechanical civilization would be able to generate soldiers on its own. Not only would it be efficient, but it would also save him time and effort. In these 40 days, the recruitment of the Planet Gilman branch finally came to an end. There were many beyond Grade A organizations in the Central Galaxy, and the Black Star Corps' appeal was not as high as in the Shattered Star Ring. The Planet Gilman branch only recruited a little more than 10 million new members, and the growth was slowing down. Compared to the beyond Grade A organizations in the Central Galaxy, this was considered small, and the branch had just started. Among them, there were more than 4 million new members, accounting for about 85% of the Constellation Corridor players. Through the Army benefits and word of mouth on the forums, most of the Constellation Corridor players rushed over from the surrounding star systems to join. Of these 4 million players, most of them chose to become members of the Army's mercenary department. There were two types of Army members. One was the backbone, following the Army's orders, and the other was half of the members, working for the Army but having their own freedom. Mercenaries were typical of the latter. The system of mercenaries was loose to begin with, and the Army's mercenary department did not go against the rules of the Galactic Mercenary Army. Most of the Constellation Corridor players only came for the benefits, and being mercenaries gave them more freedom. They worked for the Army in exchange for resources, and their relationship was simple. Han Xiao was not surprised by this. The players from the other star fields had not spent much time with the Army, and their relationship with the Army had to be nurtured slowly. He gave the Constellation Corridor players plenty of time to make their choice. Of the 4 million players, 700,000 accepted the Flickering World main storyline and applied to follow the Army to the Shattered Star Ring. Most of the 700,000 players were normal players, and some of them were from the club guilds. The remaining few million players decided to stay in the star field they were born in to continue exploring while observing the situation of these players. 700,000 leaks were dug out in the first batch, and Han Xiao was quite satisfied with this number. Today was the day of departure, and an enormous Black Star Corps transport fleet was ready to depart. The 700,000 players had already boarded the ships. At this moment, the players from the various star fields were paying attention to the situation on this side through the forums. This was the first star field crossing, and every player was interested in it. It might be a reference for them to cross star fields in the future. Therefore, this became the most watched operation of the Black Star Corps in history, and its popularity among the players broke the previous record. On the transport ships, the players were whispering to each other excitedly. I wonder what it feels like to cross star fields. What's the difference between it and a normal Stargate? I'm still a little reluctant to leave. I wonder when I'll be able to return. Will the players of the Shattered Star Ring bully us? Do you guys think something fun will happen if we jump out of the spaceship while crossing star fields? Guard, it's this guy. In the command room of the main ship, Hela stood against the wall with her arms crossed. Aurora sat in the main pilot's seat, and Fu Ding watched from the side with his head lowered. Hardaway sat on the sofa with a blue crystal wine bottle in his hand. He swirled the mercury-colored wine in the bottle and poured it into his mouth. His face was red from the choking. There was a weighing game on the table, and the rule was that whoever lost would drink. There was a pile of empty bottles by his feet, and old man Aesop was sitting in the opponent's seat. He had a helpless expression on his face, as if he suspected that you just wanted to drink. Im stood in front of the window with her hands behind her back and sized up the fleet around her. She had Han Xiao, Hela, Aesop, and the others who were close to her to accompany her for the past month or so. She had spent her vacation there quite comfortably. Han Xiao stood in front of the star map. The target location had been set long ago, and when everyone had boarded the ship, he immediately gave the order to the fleet. "Let's go." Rumble. The thrusters spewed out flames, and the battleships took off. "We're finally going." The players on the ship were energized, and the countless people who were paying attention on the forums also had their eyes wide open. The fleet slowly left the planet Gilman Division and began to accelerate, carrying the 700,000 uprooted leaks toward the shattered star ring. Chapter 806. Shattered Star Ring, Red Empire Military Stargate Station. The Black Star Corps transport ships sailed out of the blue vortex like Stargate one after another. The blue space energy around the shields of the ships quickly dissipated like mist. "We're back." In the command room of the main ship, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Although the central galaxy was prosperous and stable, the shadow of a universal civilization loomed over the star field like a mountain, giving him an invisible pressure. Although the shattered star ring was remote and chaotic, he had stayed there for more than 20 years. This was the headquarters of the army, and it gave him a sense of security. Ames walked to his side, looked at the universe outside the porthole, and said, "I've been quite happy traveling with you guys for the past 2 months. Since we're home, I'll take my leave first." "What's the rush? Come with us." Floating Dragon has drifted to another star cluster recently. We're on a different path. Hearing that, Han Xiao could only nod. "All right, I'll get someone to give you a spaceship. By the way, the preparations on the Dynasty's side are almost done. I'll set off soon and lead the army to explore the flickering world. Do you want to come? We should encounter many interesting things." Ames waved her hands. "That's the Red Empire's mission. I won't be going with you." Aesop stroked his beard and interrupted. "Yesterday, I had a new prophecy. It's related to the flickering world." "Another prophecy?" Han Zhao's eyes sparkled, and he curiously asked, "Old man, did you help me with the prophecy again?" Let me make it clear first. I didn't help you on purpose. Anyone who's close to me will have some kind of fate entanglement with me. My ability can randomly sense some things that these people might encounter in the future. It's like a dream, very vague. It's basically just a premonition. Yesterday, I sensed something about your exploration of the flickering world and had an intuition. At this point, Aesop paused, and his tone became solemn. "You'd better be careful of the Arcane Church." "Arcane Church? Are they unwilling to give up and want to snatch back the evolution cube?" "This seems to be the only possibility." Han Xiao blinked. Seeing that Aesop did not continue, he could not help but ask, "Just this reminder? Don't you have any useful information like time and place?" Aesop spread out his hands. "It's so far in the future, and the situation can change at any time. How can I have an accurate prediction? I just have this intuition and nothing else." "Got it. I'll keep an eye on the star pupil Protoss. If the Arcane Church wants to deal with me, Cisco won't stay idle." Han Xiao nodded and patted Aesop's arm. "Oh, right. There's one more thing." Aesop scratched his beard and said, "I heard that some of the ancients are secretly looking for information about you. A few of them seem to be interested in you." Han Xiaoxin glanced at Aesop from top to bottom and asked doubtfully, "Where did you hear that? After all, I was once one of them. Is it strange to have a few friends?" Aesop clicked his tongue, shrugged, and said, "I followed you to the dynasty's capital and appeared in front of the dynasty's allies. Ravenlouty share my information with the other ancients. Now, those guys all know that I, a former member, am following you in Ames. Some of my friends contacted me." Hearing this, Han Xiaoxin could not help but sigh. An old man like Aesop had unfathomable experience and connections. He could always obtain information that ordinary people could not. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Who is the one asking about me? The Mecha Empire, Sun Hunter, Void Overlord. Aesop's tone suddenly sank, and he whispered and thousand shadows. Other than the Mecha Empire, Han Xiao had not interacted with any of the ancients before. Sun Hunter was a cannon master, and Void Overlord was a void creature. He did not know why they were asking about him, but when Aesop mentioned Thousand Shadows, Han Xiao's eyes immediately narrowed. The Shadow Warrior, who interrogated Thousand Shadows, was helped by Aesop. Aesop also knew that Thousand Shadows had once plotted against him, so he took the initiative to mention this as a reminder. Maybe he still wants to deal with me. He's in the Radiant Federation Star Sector, so I can't do anything to him for now. I'll deal with him in the future. Han Zhao's expression did not change, and he kept this in mind. There had been no news from the Prey mission. He did not know if Thousand Shadows had given up on dealing with him, but now it seemed that this guy was still harboring evil intentions. However, his strength was not what it used to be, and Thousand Shadows would not be able to deal with him easily. At this time, Ames suddenly said softly, "Black Star, I've been thinking about something recently, and I want to discuss it with you." Han Xiao turned to look at Ames and saw a hint of hesitation on her face. This was rare for Ames, so he could not help but ask out of curiosity, "What do you want to discuss with me? Do you want to borrow money? Is 50 million anas enough? Who wants to borrow money from you? Do you think I'm very poor?" Ames' eyebrows trembled slightly. "Actually, I've been thinking about the development plan of Floating Dragon recently." Han Zhao's and Aesop's eyes widened, and their faces were filled with shock. "You've changed? Is this something you should be thinking about? Am I that unreliable in your heart?" Ames was helpless. "I'm the leader of Floating Dragon. What's so strange about worrying about my organization occasionally? It wouldn't be a problem if it was someone else, but for you, it's really strange. Who doesn't know how lazy you are, cough, how indifferent you are?" Han Xiao hurriedly changed his words to hide his smile. Ames had been a boss for so many years, guarding Floating Dragon and living her life as an otaku. She had never thought about developing a faction, and her image as a lazy person had long been ingrained in everyone's heart. Who knew why she suddenly had such a thought? "Stop joking around. I'm serious this time." Ames glanced around and glared at Han Xiao. She had never been very passionate about developing her organization, but after such a long time, she had also started to think about doing something. In the past 10 years, she had personally seen Han Xiao lead the Black Star Corps step by step. With such a role model, she had developed some interest in developing her organization. She wanted to imitate Han Xiao and run Floating Dragon better. This had nothing to do with ambition. Ames mainly saw it as fun. After being lazy for so long, she had to find something to do. However, Ames would not admit to Han Xiao that her interest was piqued by Han Zhao's deeds. "All right, I'll take it as true." Seeing Ames' unfriendly gaze, Han Xiao held back his laughter and waved his hands. "Let's not laugh anymore. Let's talk about serious matters. What do you want to discuss with me about developing Floating Dragon?" Ames was silent for a while before slowly saying, "Floating Dragon has been drifting in the universe for a long time. I want to find a place to stay." Han Xiao thought for a while before nodding. "Oh, this idea is pretty good. Having a fixed base will make it easier for people to have confidence in Floating Dragon. As a Beyond Grade A, you have extraordinary appeal. As long as you change the impression the supers in the Shattered Star Ring have of you and show that you're serious about expanding, there will definitely be hundreds of times more people willing to work for you." Han Xiao stroked his chin, sized Ames up, and joked, "Furthermore, you're so pretty. Your appeal is probably even stronger than mine." Hearing this, Ames' expression became strange. She stared at Han Xiao and said with a surprised tone, "You're pretty. So, you think I'm pretty? What's so strange about that?" Han Xiao was confused. He did not know why Ames had such a huge reaction. Shaking his head, Han Xiao returned to the topic and asked, "Have you chosen a location where Floating Dragon will stay?" "This is what I want to discuss with you." Ames calmed herself down, seemingly hesitating for half a second before slowly saying, "I'm planning to let Floating Dragon stay in Blue Star for a long time. What do you think?" Han Xiao was stunned. "Can I?" Ames raised her brows and said with a smile that was not a smile, "More than 10 years ago, your mother planet suffered a disaster, and you announced through the galactic media that Blue Star was a planet that Floating Dragon had set their eyes on. With Floating Dragon's name, Blue Star has received a large amount of investment from financial groups over the years and has developed quite well. Even the Godora civilization has allowed Floating Dragon to control Blue Star. You're not going back on your words, are you? Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. Back then, the Black Star Mercenary was only a small organization and did not split from Floating Dragon. Relying on Floating Dragon's name, Blue Star had the opportunity to develop quickly and step into the galaxy. After the split, the Black Star Corps took over the management of Blue Star. Floating Dragon did not ask about it, so he thought that Ames did not care. He did not expect her to suddenly bring it up. Since Blue Star is a planet that Floating Dragon is in charge of in name. Ames smiled. Han Zhao's pained expression made her happy. She chuckled and said, "Then, it's perfectly justifiable for Floating Dragon to choose Blue Star as the location of our headquarters. Are you going to chase my people away from my mother planet?" Han Xiao was surprised. Blue Star was the foundation that had supported him to obtain a seat in the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Conference. There was no way he would give it to someone else. "Am I such a terrible person in your eyes?" Ames said with annoyance. "Don't worry, I'll stay outside the planet's atmosphere, just like your army headquarters. I won't interfere with Blue Star's governance. Aren't I discussing this with you?" Han Zhao's eyes flickered. If that was the case, not only would it not be a bad thing, it would be a great thing. The army headquarters had been stationed on planet Golden Gate for so many years, and it had brought unparalleled development opportunities to planet Golden Gate. Its economy and security had greatly improved, and it had become a prosperous colonial planet in Godora. If Ames did that, Blue Star's development speed would soar once again, and they would indirectly obtain more resources. Furthermore, with a beyond grade A like Ames as their neighbor, Blue Star's safety would be greatly increased, and they would have less to worry about. Han Xiao understood what Ames was thinking. Choosing Blue Star as Floating Dragon's headquarters was not just a legitimate reason. He sighed and said, "It seems like I'll have to owe you a favor again. It's good that you know. You're lucky." Ames' eyes curved. "I promise you, when the time comes, I'll get the Blue Star Corps to cooperate with you. As for the details, I'll get Sylvia and the others to handle it. Then I'll get Jenny to handle it for me." Speaking of Jenny, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. "By the way, did you inform Jenny about this beforehand?" "No." Hearing this, the two of them stared at each other and remained silent for a long time. "Then, isn't this just a spur-of-the-moment idea?" Han Xiao complained in his mind. He had thought that Ames had really thought about it carefully. Indeed, this was her style of doing things. "Cough. Since we're done, I'll take my leave." Ames covered her mouth with her fist and coughed twice to hide her awkwardness. She then turned around and left. Han Xiao watched as Ames and Aesop boarded the small spaceship and left the fleet, turning into a stream of light and disappearing from his sight. Only then did he order the fleet to continue forward and return to the army headquarters. The crossing of star fields was completed, and Han Xiao opened the forums to look at the reactions of the players. They had just passed through the Stargate, and the more than 700,000 players in the fleet did not have any special reactions. Instead, the players of the Shattered Star Ring had a bigger reaction. It was because the players of the other star fields had come to their territory and could not wait to interact with them. The first instance of players crossing star fields was extremely meaningful. The players of the various star fields all recorded this moment in their own Chronicles posts. Galaxy Calendar, Year 705, March 18th. Led by the Black Star Corps, 700,000 players left the Constellation Corridor and arrived at the Shattered Star Ring. This is the first successful crossing of star fields in the entire galaxy. The recruitment of players in the Constellation Corridor this time went very smoothly. Han Xiao knew the reason very well, because there were not many factions that the players could choose in version 3.0, and he understood the needs of the players. The Black Star Corps was the best faction at this stage and was even more attractive. Even if the players chose it as a transition faction, it would still be the first choice. As the players' levels increased, There would be more and more powerful factions to choose from, such as the three universal civilizations and the supercluster civilizations. By then, it would not be so easy for the army to recruit players. This was inevitable. For the sake of a new experience, there would always be people who would try out a new faction. Han Xiao had been tirelessly expanding the army and increasing the competitiveness of his faction. This was also to prepare for a rainy day. From a certain perspective, using the remote and chaotic Shattered Star Ring as his base was actually a good thing, as there would be fewer direct competitors. After more than 10 days of travel, the fleet finally returned to the army headquarters. Millions of Shattered Star Ring players were gathered at the army headquarters, looking forward to interacting with the players from the Constellation Corridor. Most of them were just there to watch the show. The more than 700,000 Constellation Corridor players in the fleet looked at the satellite base of the army headquarters through the porthole. Their excitement was like a feather that tickled their hearts. After staying on the ship for so many days with anticipation, they had finally arrived. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.